I'm going to call this meeting to order, the City Council regular meeting. It is 6 p.m. on Tuesday, July the 5th, 2022. We are at Granbury City Hall, 116 West Bridge Street in Granbury, Texas, 76048. For the invocation tonight, we've asked Pastor Don Smarto of Southside Baptist Church, if he will provide that. Please.
Let us pray. We come together, God, seeking your wisdom as leaders, praying for blessings on Granbury, on Texas, and on America. We thank you for our many freedoms, especially freedom of speech and freedom of religion. As we recently celebrated the founding of America, we give you thanks for the many ways you have blessed our country. Our founding fathers acknowledged the truthfulness of the Bible and the authority of you as creator over your creation. May we uphold these sacred truths. Help us to seek fairness in our deliberations and justice in our decisions. As we are about to pledge our allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, we thank you for our police who protect us, and our military that serve our country and have sacrificed for our freedom. May we renew our commitment to one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This we pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I've asked Councilman Greg Corrigan to lead us with the pledge.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. To the Texas flag. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
And we now have a proclamation. Ms. Fisher, if you'll join me. Thank you. Gentlemen in blue, it's very good to see you here tonight. This is an official proclamation. Whereas Governor Greg Abbott designated July 7 as Fallen Law Enforcement Officer Day in recognition of the ultimate sacrifice made by Texas law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty. Whereas July 7 is the anniversary of an ambush-style attack that took the lives of 5 Dallas officers in 2016. This was the deadliest attack on U.S. law enforcement since September 11, 2001. And whereas it is our officers who put their lives on the line for us every day to ensure our safety and well-being, we must stand in support of these brave men and women, and their sacrifices must be remembered. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Jim Jarrett, Mayor of the City of Granbury, Texas, do hereby recognize July 7, 2022 as Fallen Law Enforcement Officer Day in Granbury, and ask that all citizens take a moment to honor the memory of those fallen heroes who died in the line of duty and to pray for their families and communities. It's given under my hand and the seal of the City of Granbury on this 5th day of July 2022. Jim Jarrett, Mayor. Thank you. Laura, if you would say a few words about what could come later this week.
We would like to invite everybody to join us this Thursday night at 8 p.m. We will be having a remembrance at Memorial Lane at 501 North Travis Street, located at the Jim Burks Firefighters Memorial Park. We will also be doing a glow stick vigil to some music there in honor of all of our Texas fallen officers that have been killed in the line of duty, remembering them from July 1st of last year to July 1st of this year. We also play a video and do an end of watch and roll call for all of our officers there. We are joined from all of our departments from Hood County, including our very own Granbury officers. So if everybody would please join us and remember to thank our officers and remember each and every one of those this year and every day.
Thanks to each of you. Gentlemen, ladies in the back here, our heartfelt thanks to each of you as well. Chuck, I have the proclamation here, if you would. Okay. Thank you. All right, I'll get the proclamation to you. I gave it to Julia. All right. Okay. We now have public comments on agenda items for non-public hearing agenda items. Do we have anyone that is signed up for the non-public hearing items? Any of the 6.1? Does anyone out here believe that they've signed up for a non-public hearing item? Carla keeps bringing me papers, so I'm going to assume that there is no one that signed up for a non-public hearing item and move to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are routine or previously discussed items to be approved with one motion. However, should a member of the City Council want to discuss any item, said item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered under the deliberation agenda. Council, does anyone want to, Mr.
Mayor.
Rodriguez?
Item 6.4, 6.4, and 6.6.
Mr. Rodriguez has requested that we discuss under the deliberation agenda 6.4, resolution number 2213, 2211, approving the disposal of police tough bucks, and did you say 6.5? 6.6? Consider approving facilities improvement agreement FIA 19.01. Okay. So we will, at this time, consider adopting resolution number 22-11, approving the disposal of police tough bucks. Do you want to do all of the consent agenda that taken off? Okay. Then I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda minus 6.4 and 6.6.
So moved.
Mr. Wadley? Second. Second by Ms. Reiner. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. It is passed 6-0. So now we'll move to item 6.4, consider adopting resolution number 22-11, approving the disposal of police tough books and the procurement of Granbury Police Department technology equipment utilizing LiDAR photography with the proceeds received from the disposal. Do we have discussion on this? Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, Mayor, I just want to see what the reasoning for removing those tough books is.
They are discontinued models that have been not in use for probably 7 years and have been on a rack.
Okay.
So they're not being used for anything. They're just collecting dust. And they're not sponsored, supported anymore by Panasonic in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. So what are you using in the patrol vehicles for?
The newer version of the Panasonic Tough Book.
Is,
These are all very old. We're talking 2007, 2008 models all the way up. I think the oldest one was 2015, maybe.
okay. But we're still using tough books inside?
Yes. They're just
Okay.
they're just current models of the
I
Tough Books.
I just want a clarification on that we're still using Panasonics. We're not getting rid of those.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Thank you.
You bet.
Very good.
Any more?
Other questions? Chief is up here. Anyone? Do I hear a motion to consider adopting Resolution 22-11, approving the disposal of police tough books and the procurement of Granbury Police Department technology equipment utilizing LiDAR photography with the proceeds received from the disposal?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Reiner makes the motion. Mr. Rodriguez seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. It passes 6-0. Now for discussion on 6.6, consider approving the Facilities Improvement Agreement to FIA 19-01, Amendment Number 3 for Enterprise Edition between the City of Granbury and CRB Asset Management, which is the developer, to extend the time of the FIA agreement for an additional 6 months. Mr. Crownover, do we have questions? Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, Mr. Crownover, this is a third extension of a FIA. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Excuse me.
What would happen if we did not approve this FIA this time?
The current FIA will expire, and they will have to start over.
Okay. And what's the impact to them? Why wouldn't we cancel this one and have them start another FIA when they're ready to do the construction?
Well, up front, they would lose their vesting on the plat. They're vested. They can move forward with the wastewater, for example. They can move forward with that.
Okay.
What they're looking for is, if you recall, they got caught up in development in the pandemic, and then the moratorium, and then council asked for updated costs on the FIA. They have provided that in the agenda item tonight, and they are exploring development opportunities. So they like 6 months extension to explore those development opportunities.
And now they're changing it this time around, that what they're going to be building on that. Does that change the impact on the wastewater treatment facility?
No, it will not.
Okay. I just don't want this FIA to get out of hand like some other ones in the previous have gotten out of hand.
Neither do I.
Okay. As long as we're on agreements on that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Are there other questions, council? Okay. Do I hear a motion that we consider approving the Facilities Improvement Agreement FIA 19-01, Amendment Number 3 for Enterprise Edition between the City of Granbury and CRB Asset Management, the developer, to extend the time of the FIA agreement for an additional 6 months?
So moved.
Mr.
Second.
Bale? Mr. Wadley seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. All right, council, I'm going to ask that you keep me straight tonight. We have public hearings. I think there are 12 of them, which we'll need to open and close. I appreciate it. Going to the deliberation agenda, the first one is a public hearing. Consider adopting ordinance number 22-27, amending the extending the boundaries of reinvestment zone number 1, City of Granbury, Texas. Mr. Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce Trent Petty, our TERS representative. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me here tonight. As you know, back in December, we created TERS number 1. We adopted the preliminary project and finance plan. Tonight, we're here to conduct a public hearing that will allow us to expand the boundaries of that reinvestment zone. Just as a quick recap, you know, that doesn't change anything about your tax rate. It doesn't change anything about the tax bill whatsoever. It simply extends the boundaries of this reinvestment zone. If you look at the map, you can see the original area there in blue that included all of the first reinvestment zone boundaries. The change adds about 2,700 acres, primarily on the east side of town, in order to take the TERS to the city limit boundary. That is the extended area. We have attached all of the parcel IDs for this area to the ordinance. So when you adopt the ordinance tonight, it will include all of those parcel IDs. So this gives us actually the ability to take the reinvestment zone and all of its economic development growth potential all the way out to the city limit line. We think it's an excellent decision to make to go ahead and take this out now before we see a lot of substantial development. So tonight is just a public hearing to be able to get comments on whether or not to expand this zone, and I'll be happy to answer any questions, Mayor.
Council have questions for? There are no questions. And I'm going to open the public hearing. And I have no papers up here that have asked. There are no papers for this. So I will close the public hearing. So all in favor of considering adopting ordinance number 22, did you have, okay. Consider adopting ordinance number 2227, amending the extending of boundaries of reinvestment zone number 1, City of Granbury, Texas. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
I make a motion
Mr.
as
Rodriguez.
stated.
Second.
Second, Mr. Vale. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? It passes 6-0. Okay, items 7.2. Receive the 2022 Charter Review Commission report and take any appropriate action, including acceptance, amendment, or rejection of any charter amendment suggestions in said report. As council will recall, we brought this forward from about a month ago. Is there any further discussion on the charter as it was presented?
Mayor,
Mr. Rodriguez?
we had this two sessions ago, and we postponed it. What was the reasoning behind that? Do we know?
There were a couple of questions on the eligibility of individuals who may have resigned to accept or to run for other office, and to whether or not they would be eligible and within 2 years. And that review has been is very solid in the charter that yes, they are available to run prior to 2 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All in favor of? Yes. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, motion to accept as well.
Second.
Would that motion be to accept, to approve and to accept?
Yes, accept.
Okay. Made by Mr. Vale, seconded by Ms. Reiner. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. There are no nays. It's 6-0. We approve and accept the charter as presented by the commission. They did a great job, by the way. Okay. Public hearing number 7.3. We're going to consider adopting ordinance number 22-28, approving a request of the City of Granbury to remove the local landmark designation from the Old Granbury Hospital, Old Granbury Hospital / Opera House Dormitory. The property is addressed as 116 South Houston Street. Mr. Ross, do you have information that you'd like to share?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce Kira Wawi, our Director of Community Development, and I'm going to go ahead and pass on these rest of these items to her as well as they come up. Thank you.
Thank you.
The speaker on. So this is, as stated, a request to remove a landmark for what is known as the Granbury Hospital Upper House Dormitory site. What's on your screen right now is the designation criteria for landmarks. The procedure for removal is reverse of or the same procedure, excuse me, as would be for the granting of a landmark. So Historic Preservation, Plan Commission, and the City Council for final decision. This slide shows the location of the site. It's there on Houston Street. It was a building constructed in 1946 and was operated as a hospital till about 1970, at which time then it became a place where visiting performing artists and would live and reside during their tenure. As So this is a photograph in the landmark designation materials. This shows the condition of the building when it was initially constructed, is the photo on the left. There were two additions made. One is the photo upper right, which is that breezeway addition with steps, and then a wing was added to the south portion. These were from a 2018 presentation and background research by Miss Mary Saltarelli. Further or forward in time from that, PGAL conducted a survey also in 2018 assessing the condition of the property, which it is not in good condition. I think that the City Council has heard that in 2018. These are photographs showing the deterioration of certain areas of the building. I believe the building official is here if you have more specific questions. On June 23rd of 2022, an update to the assessment of the condition of the building was requested, and this is included for your information. The effort that it would take to complete a replacement is quite substantial, and that's just what these slides are showing. There was also a study to review whether or not it would be feasible as a project for public parking, which has been something of interest. Prior to tonight, there's been action going back to 2017, which I referenced. The chief building official deemed the building unsafe and evacuated residents. 2018 was that assessment for repair and cost to renovate or improve or do something else with the property. June 9th, the Historic Preservation Commission recommended denial to remove. And on June 13th, Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended denial to remove. And City Council is tonight, this project is here before you. The City Council in the past requested that the property be sold or repurposed into a parking lot. Neither of the directives can be achieved with the local historical marker attached to the building. And some of the criteria that we used to come up with our recommendation, the criterion that primarily was made for the site was the hospital medicine industry, which it had some technology that was used, which was at that time innovative. Of course, that's no longer being used at the facility. The assessment did not recommend for architectural significance. It was not found exceptionally extraordinary architecture. And the 50-year mark was approximate to 50 years from 1946 to 1970. It was designated in 2006. Staff is recommending approval of the removal for those reasons of insignificance. The item was denied by Plan Commission and therefore requires a 3/4 vote by the City Council. And your voting options are here on the screen for the landmark removal. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Council, questions? Yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, maybe this is for the staff. Do you know how long it was up for sale?
I'm not sure how long it was for sale.
Hasn't it gone through several realtors as well?
I don't believe it's gone through several. I'm only aware of one, and I believe it's been formally on the market with that one for 18 months or less. It was available for discussions, and we waited for inquiries over time because there was some interest in possible fundraising from private entities.
Any of those entities made any effort to come up with some type of solution for renovation or replacement or purchase of the property?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Kara, earlier today we talked about the building itself and the additions to the building. Could you describe those additions?
Sure, I'll go back to those photographs. These. So that photograph to the left was the original construction of the building. And the upper one to the right, you can see this, let's see if I can get this to work. There. So this porch and a little bit of a foyer was an addition. You can see that the original construction just had the stairwells. And then later, this back wing that I'm pointing to was added on. So that doesn't necessarily significantly change the architecture of the building, although it impairs some of the visibility of the original stairway area, entrance area.
Council, any other questions here before we go to public meeting? Okay. Then I'm going to open the public hearing for item 7.3. I have about 10 people that have signed up. If you haven't signed up and want to speak, I think you have time to sign up. I will call first Miss Mary Haddix. If you would just come and let us know your name and your address, please. And following her will be Miss Victoria Calder. Note your citizens' participation. Following her will be David Southern.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Mary Haddix. My address is 201 East Bridge Street. And I'd like to say I was reminded yesterday that the Old North Church in Boston will be 300 years old next year. That's just a precursor to what I'm about to add. I serve on the Historic Commission, and I appreciate that opportunity. When I first moved to Granbury, most of the buildings on the square were boarded up, and they were in such disrepair that they were literally falling in. Roofs were falling in. And our predecessors, great names like Mary Lou and Janine, Joe Nutt, my late husband Tom Ward, Doris Luton, and many others, had the vision to save these historic buildings, and they organized a historic preservation group for that purpose. Now, their first project was the old Opera House. And when I tell you that that was a piece of work, let me say the roof was falling in. Most of the windows were broken out. There are photographs that show it was used as hay storage, literally. And that was their first project, and they begged, borrowed, stole, and I think probably material, but they worked tirelessly until they turned that glorious building back into a usable piece of property. And that began the historic preservation on the square. My late husband Tom renovated his building on the square that's cat a corner from First National Bank. And I certainly know that that was with borrowed money, blood, sweat, and tears. But it is a glorious building today. And my current husband, Richard Haddix, renovated the old City Hall building that's across the street from this hospital building that you're currently considering. And that was his first law office here in Granbury. Now, the bank that I worked for at that time, we came into the ownership of what's now known as the filling station on the corner. And I was charged with the renovation of that, and I hired Brian Gaffin to help with that. At that time, it had old tanks, old gasoline tanks under it, and it came at no small expense to get all of that remediated and moved on to where it is today. I also, the bank I worked for, loaned Tom and Sandy money to renovate what's now Granbury Live building and the celebration hall next to it. So what I'm saying here is money is always an object, and it always will be an object when you're dealing with older buildings. And it's constant money and constant upkeep. But the result is a piece of history for the generations that follow us. Now, Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm going to say to you that you inherited a beautifully restored historic city here, one that has won for 3 years running the best historic city in the country. Now, that did not come by accident, and it did not come without a price.
Ms. Haddix,
It is your duty. I'm sorry.
we have about 10 people tonight. A
Okay,
little
I'm
past.
almost finished. It is your
Please, sir.
duty to carry forward this preservation effort that has been, that came before you. And tourism is our major city here, but folks don't come to Granbury to eat at Chili's or shop at Home Depot. They come because of this historic town that we have. That
Ms.
hospital
Haddix.
is a very historic building and very important to us, and I
Thank
pray
you.
that we will not be changing our sign out
Thank
here
you, Ms. Haddix.
reading where Texas history lives to where Texas history used to live. Thank you.
Mr. Southern? Mayor Southern?
As I think, I'm David Southern, 226 East Pearl Street in Granbury. I think most of you know that Claudia and I live in a historic home. We've owned that home for 36 years. During that time, we or our companies, because we have used it for a couple of our companies at times, have spent over $1 million in restoration and repair. Now that's a 4,000 square foot house on a 15,000 foot lot. Now, what is the number we're going to set that means we have to take away the historical designation? Because I can assure you, at some point in time, someone will buy that house and want to tear it down and put in a 3-story hotel of 30,000 square feet because there's more money in that. Nobody in their right mind, except for me, would have bought that house knowing the conditions that would happen in the future. And so is there a price? If you just look at a block behind me on Bridge Street, that house hasn't been maintained for 20 years. And an architect, Brian Gaffin, gave an estimate that it would cost $1 million to restore that house. So is that going to be the price, $1 million, $5 million? What price is it going to be that we're going to let them tear down these historic buildings? Now, this particular building, because some of us are older than it, we don't think of it as historical, but it is, and it actually has more importance significantly than my house, because there are other examples of my house in town. There is not another example of this building in town. It is a rare Art Deco, mid-century modern building, and I realize the city should have spent a little money over the last 16 years that they've owned it, and part of that time is on me, because I think we owned it 4 years before I left office. But is there a price? I mean, what's going to be their price? Because you're going to have people come and ask, because nobody's going to want to maintain my house as a home unless they are very, very well off. I mean, I didn't know going in it was going to cost me this kind of money, and I probably wouldn't have bought it had I known that. And I'd probably sell it and move somewhere else, except my wife won't live anywhere else. And so that's on me too. But you just have to ask yourself, what's the price we're going to set? I have to do this much renovation, and I can't afford it. Can I tear it down and sell it to somebody else? Also, if you approve this for Granbury Historic Properties, which is totally owned by the city, I know Jeremy would know this better than I, but it seems to me, how are you going to deny somebody else doing the same thing if you approve the city doing this? Well, how's that going to work legally? Now, theoretically, I'm almost done. I could come back and sue you for not giving me the same ability to tear down my structure that you're giving on your own structure. So I hope that and urge you to please don't overturn your planning commission or your historic commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Mary Saltarelli, and following her is Ms. Kay Kidwell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Mary Saltarelli. I live at 5703 Medina Drive in Granbury. I'm here tonight as a historic preservation professional, and I implore you to save Granbury General Hospital. The Texas Historical Commission deemed it to be historically significant and eligible to be listed in the National Register of Historic Places. That opens the door to tax incentives for developers or grants for the city. When they gave that eligibility, they noticed that it is a great local example of how the architecture of healthcare evolved post-war. Continued removal of Granbury historic landmarks is a very slippery slope that makes all historic properties and districts in the city vulnerable to change and endangers Granbury's special sense of place. The neighborhood where the hospital is located along Bluff Street is the most pristine in the city, and the decision you make tonight could impact that neighborhood forever. In the city's zoning ordinance, Granbury declares the protection and perpetuation of landmarks or districts of historic significance is necessary for the economic and general welfare of the public. Yet the city has owned the hospital for 16 years, and after recognizing its importance and awarding it a historic landmark, the city has not maintained it. And now the city wants to remove its historic landmark, thus stripping protections that will preserve the hospital. The $500,000 you've estimated for 30 parking spaces would go a long way toward beginning rehabilitation of the hospital. We hope you read the letter several of us here signed and sent you last week. Those who signed the letter represent neighbors of the hospital, residents of the city, community preservation volunteers, and the descendants of the doctors and nurses who founded the hospital. We were fortunate in the early 1970s that we had far-sighted leaders who created Granbury's first historic district downtown, preserving our Victorian authenticity and creating the best historic small town in the country. For 50 years, city leaders have continued the legacy of those early leaders and protected Granbury's historic buildings until this year. I hope you will be the same type of visionary leaders and preserve our mid-century modern history so it can create our future. And if you have any historic preservation questions you'd like to answer me because the city hired me to do that eligibility, I will be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kidwell, followed by Ms. Claudia Southern.
Kate Kidwell, my voice is not good. Kate Kidwell, 3205 Midway Court, Granbury. I grew up in this town. I've lived here since the 50s. I worked at the hospital. My mother worked at the hospital. My brother was born there. And you may or may not know that Davy Crockett's great-granddaughter worked at that hospital from the time it opened until she retired in 1966. Her father's house, Ashley Crockett, was torn down by the Presbyterian Church. It should have been preserved also. I really would hate to see this old hospital torn down. It may not be a Victorian, but people come here to see the square and the old buildings, not to see new parking lots. I feel like it would be a very sad situation to take that historical marker away, because the next time you need another parking lot, will you take that historical marker off of another historic building? It would be very sad, and at the rate things are going, We're going to have more houses, more people, but there's bound to be a better way of making parking lots, not by not tearing down historical buildings. And by the way, the hospital, I know for sure, was open in 1972 because my mother worked there. So it closed a little while, but then it opened back up. It was a Medicare issue that closed it. At one time, she was the only RN in that hospital. I worked lab and x-ray. I took Miss Hendricks, Miss Gladys Crockett Hendricks. I took her place when she retired. Yes, I'm that old. But I just hope they keep that old hospital for the sake of the people that grew up here and other people that would like to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwell. Ms. Southern, followed by Mr. Mickey Parson.
Claudia Southern, 226 East Pearl Street, Granbury, Texas. It's my honor to serve as a member of the city's Historic Preservation Commission, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to serve on such an important commission and hope to continue to work for the city of Granbury in that position. A lot of people have said, what can happen with this hospital? What can we do with it? There are grants and so on that are available that we could work to get, and that would be a good thing to do. But what could it be instead of a parking lot in the middle of a historic neighborhood? What could it be? Well, we are forever in need of museum space. We are fortunate to have the Hood County Jail and to have the Yates Duke Cabin and to have the Bridge Street History Center and the Dollhouse that all preserve historic things. But we are forever in need of more space than we have. So the hospital could be a very nice place to be a museum and to be a part of the city's restoration projects. It could also become a boutique motel or hotel. It's a good size probably to have several rooms. It served as the Opera House dormitory for many, many years, so a person could go in there and make some modifications, and it could become a motel. Someone suggested to me the other night, it could become a dance hall, and certainly we have a lot of people that like to dance in Granbury and not a whole lot of room, but it could become a dance hall. There are many other things that it could become, and we would just have to figure those out. I know that one of the things that Janine Macon said to me, she was one of our mentors, and so she said to us, be sure that you win. And when we're talking about the history of Granbury and its preservation, it's important to the city, it's important to its people, and we need to preserve the hospital. And I don't think we need to deal in the cost at this point in time.
Thank you, Ms. Southern. Mr. Parson and Mr. Young, Scott Young, will follow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mickey Parson. I live at 1115 Mallard Way here in the big city of Granbury, Texas. Thank you for the opportunity to talk and appreciate all your being of service to the city. I moved here in '86 and became active in the Opera House at that point in time. And the Opera House Hilton, as we call it, was rocking and rolling and was a pretty good place to party if you wanted to back then. But at any rate, over the course of that time and over the period of my being here, a lot of these people who are talking to you tonight about historic preservation have influenced me to really believe that it's substantially important to our city to maintain our historic assets. We've done a good job of maintaining what we've got. You can go to any number of cities throughout the state of Texas that have failed to take care of their historic assets, modern facades that don't really count for it. But I do recall one time when one friend of mine drove into Granbury. He pulled up that first stoplight there, or stop sign there at Pearl Street, and he said, I was transported back 100 years, or however many years that is. That's very unique. Not many cities have that asset to offer. So I would encourage you to follow what my friends have talked about today about not removing this historical designation on this property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Parson. Mr. Young, followed by Ms. Pinnell, Julia Pinnell.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Scott Young, address 101 and 103 West Pearl, a neighbor to the hospital. I'm here to ask that the council do whatever it can to protect and preserve the Granbury Hospital. History did not only take place in Victorian mansions, but just like in Victorian mansions, history happened for about 40 years in this building. It was probably the best known gathering place in town after the courthouse and churches. Many citizens would have daily lunch in the dining room. The kitchen cooks and the recipes were legendary. Many would stop in once or twice a week just to check on their neighbors and to hear and learn of local news and happenings. The doctors, nurses, and staff were all known and influential in the community. Hundreds of current Hood County residents were born there. Many died there. As a personal aside, my wife's grandfather died there in 1963. History is about a sense of place, of human interaction, challenges, struggles, and joys. I would think that every citizen of Granbury and Hood County was affected somewhat by what happened in that building in those years. After its closure, with its use as a Granbury Opera House dormitory, it allowed a new and struggling theater company to become, to establish itself as a national premier community theater and the backbone of establishing the Opera House into the centerpiece of Granbury tourism. It is significant that it was one of the very few North Texas public projects planned and built during World War II. It is significant that a very small town rallied to have its own medical facility. It is significant that Granbury Hospital is the last public structure not preserved and restored in Hood County. The removal of this historic designation is an insult to the importance and the support of life in this community. It resides in the historic district with almost the exact same protections and restrictions. To remove this designation sends a message of non-support of the preservation of the town where Texas history lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Ms. Pinnell, followed by Ms. Allison Ullum.
Thank you. I want to start out by, I live and love, and one of the things Scott Young and I talked about is because I'm coming at this from a different angle, is that all the people here, we so respect each other that we can have different opinions, say what we feel, and when we walk out the door, we still respect each other. And I appreciate that in Scott and the mayor previously. I had not heard that we were going to put a parking lot there. So, news to me. And I hope all of you people that are here, I hope to see you at the next city council meeting. We meet 2 times a month. So please join us on the other nights. Thank you. Mayor, city manager, members of the city council sitting on the dais. My name is Julia Pinnell. My husband Bob and I live at 403 West Doyle Street in an 1890 Victorian historic home with both a state and city marker. 2 blocks to our right and left have 12 structures, 8 of which are historic buildings. Also, among the 11 buildings that we have personally renovated in Granbury, 3 are truly historic homes. We have lived here a short 28 years. I mention this only to draw attention to the fact that the historic architecture and history of homes and buildings in Hood County are very important to us. Regarding the current discussed building, I have looked at all the links listed, and I have come to the conclusion that even Bonnie Wilson with the Texas Historic Commission replied to a request with the following comments. Quote, agreed to nominate the property under Criteria 8, Health and Medicine as the country's first large medical care facility. Then further in her response was, while we strongly recommend Criteria A, we do not recommend nominating it under Criteria C for architecture. The hospital is not exceptionally noteworthy for its architecture. That's her quote. The historic city landmark 19 city states the property has significant historical value, and it does, having been built at the request of Doc Ballard, known as a progressive physician, and also been associated with the historic significant Granbury Opera House. You will note that both the response from Texas Historic Commission and the city designation are for what the building was used for, not any point for the type and style of the building architecture. I also looked at the listing for the for sale online and found that none referred to the value of this property for its historic value or building, but even one said a resident with 3 bedrooms. Again, placing no value in their eye on the property from a historic standpoint. We personally have sold 2 historic properties in Granbury, and both sold for more because of their historic value. We personally have painted, scrubbed, and coordinated cleanup at that location when it was a dorm. It's been used for offices, housing, storage rehearsals, and now has sat empty for several years. We have been involved. I haven't seen a group step forward and say, let's make a museum.
Ms. Pinnell?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I
Thank
just
you.
have another paragraph. Thank you.
Paragraph?
Thank you for the same
Thank you.
courtesy.
Quick.
We have been involved. Please remove the city marker and allow someone to build on the property according to guidelines for the building within the historic district, and that new owner of the property be required to place a sign in front or in the foyer with a picture of the original hospital without additions, a collage perhaps sharing the story. Texas Commission, not on architecture. City marker, not on architecture. Real estate, not advertising. Therefore, my ending. Much like the same actions taken for the drive-in, she couldn't sell the drive-in, which is certainly a historic iconic in her area, and need the marker removed. Let's move forward in this case, and then instead of a falling down, non-significant architecture, not what happened there, but the building, we could have a beautiful property where we could be proud to send visitors to see and share in a displayed history and story from our past. Thank you for allowing me to be a different view.
Thank you, Ms. Pinnell. Ms. Sullivan, and then it'll be Ms. Fletcher.
So my parents moved me here when I was 3, so I have grown up on the Granbury Square. They moved into that house that my dad said he might be insane to have bought, but it was certainly a very charmed life. When they first moved into the Baker Carmichael house, it was a restaurant. We lived upstairs with 1 bathroom because apparently bathrooms were not popular. I have had the privilege of getting to grow up around historians like Joanne Miller and Mary Lee Watkins and my mother and Miss Haddix. And I have also had the privilege of getting to see the square evolve over the year. It says on the very first page of the Granbury's website that this is where Texas history lives. My husband will tell you that it is not pretty, the Opera House dorms or the previous hospital, and it's not. It needs significant restoration. However, with significant restoration, it could be an amazing asset to our community. As others have said, there is not a representation of this type of architecture from this period. I implore you to continue the mission of Granbury, which is to continue to be the place where Texas history does live. Thank you.
Did you give your name and address?
Oh, I'm sorry. Allison Southern Olam. I'm at 1515 Berry Patch Way.
Very good. Thank you. And Ms. Fletcher?
Hi, I'm Karen Fletcher, and I'm actually reading a personal note from Gwen Mayberry, and I live at 3308 Fountain Way. And this is her personal experience with the hospital. One of my earliest memories is of my grandmother lifting me up to see my new baby brother. Looking through the eyes of a toddler, I remember my grandmother's pearls, her pillbox hat, and seeing my new sibling through the large viewing window in the Granbury General Hospital. A precious memory.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Could you move the mic up a little so that we can hear?
Sorry.
Thank you.
A precious memory from April 1951 as I had entered the world there just a few months prior in November of 1948. My mother, Sybil Chapman, worked as a practical nurse at the Granbury General Hospital before she and my dad, Joe Swain, married in 1947. Her practical training was done in-house with Nurse Dobbs. I loved how the waiting room looked with its Art Deco tile floor and mid-century furnishings. It appeared very large to a small girl. As youngsters, my brother and I spent the night in GGH. We had a tummy bug. When nighttime came, Dr. Rawls came and read us a bedtime story, one of my favorite memories ever. Things have truly changed since those times 70 plus years ago, but I truly hope that we can continue to preserve our heritage while looking towards the future. Gwen Swain Mayberry.
Thank you. There's no other comments? Is this Ms. Rist, I don't have any deliberation item on your request here.
No, this item right here, about the historical one.
7.3?
Whatever we're on. I think I signed up to Victoria. She was called after David, but she was running a little late getting her. She was signed up.
Okay, Ms. Calder, I have you signed up for 7.3 and the citizen participation, all on the same one. Okay, so why don't you come up and Ms. Rist, you're saying this is for 7.3? Okay. I'll add those.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Victoria Calder, and I live at 1911 Greenwing Drive in Granbury. And my husband and I moved here in 2010 because we absolutely loved the feel of the city. A place, a house has a soul. It has a feeling to it that you can't capture with statistics. And as you know, I'm a data geek, and I usually quote a lot of statistics, but I can just tell you the criticality of maintaining the soul, the heart and soul of a place is contingent upon maintaining its history, maintaining its culture, maintaining its charm. And I think there's a slippery slope as these historical designations are removed. And I would encourage you to listen to the things people have said about how much history, how much soul, how much character, how much charm other cities would give so much to be able to develop what is considered being removed from Granbury and what makes Granbury Granbury. I've learned in traveling to stop looking at just the surface of a place and to feel it. When you're in Cairo, I was in Cairo during Ramadan, and if you've ever been in the Middle East in Ramadan, they're up all night. Noise, 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 fasting all day, but all night it can't be any more noisy. And I remember stepping out on the balcony of my hotel in International in the middle of Cairo, wishing they would just be quiet. It was 3 a.m. and no one could sleep. The woman on the balcony next to me, I didn't know her. Her name was Millie, and she was a school teacher from the U.S. And we talked for a while. She was leaving the next day. And I asked her, Millie, did you see what you came to see in Cairo? And she said, oh, I didn't come to see Cairo. I came to feel Cairo. She said, she threw her arms wide, little bitty lady. She said, just feel this place. And in that moment, I stopped and I felt Cairo. I could smell the El Khalili Bazaar, the spices, the Nile, and the noise became less cacophonous and just a beautiful thing. And whenever I think of Cairo, I don't think of seeing the pyramids or the Sphinx or riding camels in the Sahara. I think of that night on the balcony when I felt Cairo. I encourage you to feel Granbury and to please consider this very special place as part of that. Think back to your own lives. Maybe some of you grew up in a mid-century modern house. Being born in the 50s, that doesn't seem all that old to me. But we have a whole new generation of tourists coming here. To them, that's ancient. They'll want to see it. Don't take that away, the only one of its kind in our town. Again, other towns would give so much to be able to cultivate and develop and build what we're taking away. I just visited a friend in McKinney who lives in a new development in McKinney called Mayberry. They're trying to recapture front porch life, old columns, sidewalks where people sit out and visit. People are starting to try to recapture what you're considering removing, and I would implore you to feel it and not do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Calder. Ms. Rios?
I lived here. My name is Stacy Rist. I live at 20. I own property at 20. No, well, what property is that? 3101 Old Granbury Road, Granbury, Texas. I've lived here since 1970, and I do believe the old hospital should be saved. But with that, I would like to say that we are sitting here, and I have gotten more hurt and more mad in the last 20 minutes because we're worried about saving old buildings. That building is only 26 years older than our currently operating business, that the same faces have been there since 1972, and no one is concerned about our potential historical value or our current historical value because our building isn't old. Where we might be a 100-year-old business 50 years from now if we don't have a sewer plant next to us. No one's thought of that. And I know I'm off topic, and I'm going to get sat down. But I think it was worth getting up here and standing because I'm angry as hell about it, and I'm hurt. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riss. Yes, Ms. Saltarelli? Yes.
Thank you. It'll be very brief.
Thank you. And thank all of you who have come to speak tonight. I'm with Ms. Pinnell on this. I wish you would come to all of the meetings.
I want to reference something Julia said from the email from the Texas Historical Commission, so you have the context. It was the criteria for the National Register. So they're deeming it eligible for the National Register based on its important history to Granbury. She did write back to me. We had an exchange, Bonnie Wilson, and I'll be glad to share this with you. But she said, I do believe the hospital is significant as a modern post-war hospital. Granbury General Hospital brought modern medical care and technology to the city in the 1940s, and the modern exterior was an architectural expression of the interior innovations and the work that was done there. So I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Council, do you have questions of anyone that attend or among yourselves or to Kyra? Anyone? No questions?
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
I'm just, one more time inquiring if there was
Mr. Rodriguez, let me close the public session,
Sure.
and then we'll
Thank
go
you.
back to you on this. I do close the public session now, and I thank you, the council, for helping me with that. Mr. Rodriguez?
I know that's, I'm torn about this, but I know this, I've never been inside this building. I've seen it from the outside, and that's about it. I know it's been on the market for 18 months, and the city managers kept us abreast of what's happened and what's the potential things that it could happen to this building. I just want the public to keep in mind, this is taxpayers' money that we have to invest into this building. If you're in the city, that's your money. That's the money, those are the decisions that we make, whether or not we renovate it, we demolish it, we put a parking lot, we let the historical marker go. That's your money. And it's very important to me, and I think it's very important to us, how hard of a decision it is to make those decisions based on the numbers that we're receiving. And renovations or replacement of this building is well over $5 million. And it could, with today's prices and construction costs and construction materials, could well be over that based on those numbers. When we really get down to it, it could well be in the $8 or $10 million when it comes to those materials and the construction costs and the engineering that it has to go into, and just a hidden cost that we don't understand. We've waited and we've spent a lot of time just waiting for somebody to come and save this building, provide grants to it, provide the opportunity to rehabilitate it. We've looked at options for that. We've looked at people wanting to save this building, and we've entertained those options, and those options have backed out. We're running out of options. That's what we're running out of what to do with this building. And the longer that we wait, the more dilapidated it becomes. And then it becomes a real safety issue whether people can come around it or not because of the structure itself. I just want to leave you all with those thoughts to think about and the struggles that we have to face as a city on what type of decision to make on that.
Other comments, questions right now?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Wadley.
This is a real tough one. I've been in the building multiple times. This has been discussed since I've been on council now for 3.5 years. I brought a doctor from Stephenville to council 3 years ago. He was interested in maintaining the front facade, making it into offices. I hear people talk about grant money, and all I've ever heard is there's about $500,000 in grant available, again, for a project that's going to cost north of $5 million. He couldn't make it work, and he's one that backed out. I think he's familiar with that. Well, I hear the stories, and I really appreciate what people are saying, they've experienced there. Julia's idea is really interesting. I had not thought about that, about something else could be built there and they could still honor what happened there. But a common thread with what a lot of you said about other buildings is that someone went and did it. It was all private funding. The city's been involved in some things. I know the Opera House, and that was kind of before my time as far as how that was all funded. And there was a lot of criticism with things that happened then because of how much money was spent. But most of the buildings you're talking about were buildings that people did personally. And, you know, this has been, they had to make it no longer a dormitory because it's an unsafe building. It's horrendous inside. It's dangerous to even walk around inside. There's ceilings caving in. There's water that leaks in. You know, if you're looking at an old house, some houses can be restored. Some houses are gut jobs. I think it'd be fantastic to maintain the architecture, to keep the front facade or keep the walls, but inside it is a total gut job. And somebody has to step up and do that. And council's been very patient. You know, the city manager's pointed out that we wouldn't allow another property to go on like this. You know, a privately owned property. You can't just have a fallen down structure. The city, that's against our ordinances. And so I struggle. I don't know right now what I want to do, but I struggle with the decision because I've said that since the beginning. I would love to see us maintain the structure, but you know, there's been months and months now that individuals, organizations could have stepped up and said, let's do this, but no one's interested until we have to make a hard decision. That's all
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Ms. Reiner.
You are all correct. This is a tremendous building. It has a potential in the future. And Bruce is right. Julia's right. David's right. Everybody's right. I would love to preserve this building. And Greg and I were actually the only original ones on council, I believe, when this came up the first time. And I told everybody back then the highest price tag was $3 million. Now it's almost $6 million. And Bruce is right also. We've been patient. We have sought people out, and the same people, some of you that are in this room, that came the first time and said, let's preserve it, and offered grant ideas, still haven't come forward with those ideas. And I said at that meeting in 2018, when we had to decide the first time what to do with it, and it was heartbreaking to take people out of there, but it was dangerous, and it is an extreme liability to this city right now. And if we continue on, where does that leave us? But if we do not do something, it will continue to be a liability. I absolutely do not want a parking lot there. I can't speak for the other council members, but I could probably have a pretty good feeling that nobody really wants a parking lot there. It is the old hospital. But what is history truly to you? To me, because I've lived here since 2005, it's driving by Stonewater Church and saying, hey, that's where the old Walmart used to be. Or driving by the old Kroger building where now Home Goods is. It's the feeling that you guys are talking about, that's where history lives, is in that feeling. Victoria, you're right. This is where history lives, is in your heart. And when it lives in your heart, you either step up and pay for it or figure out what else to do with it. And we are in a conundrum right now. I said this in 2018, I cannot justify spending $4 million, couldn't at that time, $4 million of taxpayer dollars to do this, and I can't justify almost, probably 6 to 7 now. People are hurting. We're in an economic crisis across the board. It's not a good time to do this, but here we sit with a huge liability for the city. I would love to keep it the way that it is, but as it was pointed out, architecturally, it's been renovated in the past. It's not, as far as I know, architecturally original, just based on what I've read. Yes, I would absolutely love to see a bed and breakfast. Yes, I would love to see a museum. If it's a museum, what does that look like? Then we pay for it as a city, and then the city has to maintain it, so that's more tax dollars, which is not a bad thing if we have the money to do that. But we have to think about our job up here is to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars, and not everybody in this room. We're talking about 10,000 people in the city of Granbury. We have to make sure that we are mindful of their tax dollars as well as our own. I have to look at this budget like I did when we were looking at the budget for the city as a mom who raised 2 kids in this town. When things are tight, you tighten your belt a little more. And you can't do the things that you really want to do, but you can work around them. Somewhere in here is a compromise. I know there's a compromise. Maybe the bed and breakfast would be, I think a bed and breakfast on that corner would be phenomenal. But what does that look like? If we can't do it this way and we have to take the historical landmarker off to make that accomplishment, it's still where the old hospital was. And those folks that might buy that property and spend that private funding in there, maybe they would be willing to put a historical marker of some sort or put pictures of the old hospital. Maybe that's something that we put in the deal. I don't know what that looks like. I do want you all to know I don't want a parking lot there. I would love to preserve it, but we have to be mindful of taxpayer dollars as well. And over the years, yes, taxpayers have come and said there's grant money out there. Well, we've looked for it. Chris has mentioned sometimes people have come up, but it's not for city. It's for private entities. So grant dollars don't go to the city. They go to private entities. So if private entities can come up with grant money to the tune of $6 million, that maybe we could do that. But I've been doing this for 5 years. We've been looking at this building for 5 years, and nobody has been able to step forward. So I'm open to suggestions, but right now we have a conundrum, and I am unwilling to spend $6 million of taxpayer dollars on a building that is dangerous. So, and Ms. Pinnell, the one thing that I did, I actually thought about, I don't know where she, oh, there you are. You're not sitting in your spot. I would love to see some sort of marker on whatever it becomes that works with this city to note for people who are walking around on our square and see the other placards that says this is where history lived. This is where it was born. This is where it died. And this was our old hospital. You know, the people that lived here and died here, yes, it's their hospital. It's our hospital. But sometimes it's time to move forward and take what we have and make it better. And in there is some compromise. I don't know what that looks like. That's it.
Thank you. We heard a couple of you are members of the Historical Commission and make comments. Is there anyone from the P&Z that would want to make a comment as well about the rationale? Because it's already gone through two presentations before. No? Listening to the conversation, I hear at least 3 legal questions that I'd like to have answered. So I'm going to ask that we go into executive session pursuant to Chapter 551.071, Local Government Code, consultation with attorney. And I anticipate probably 20, 25 minutes, because I have 3 questions. Okay, we are now adjourned in. Thank you. If you'll take your seats, please. Mm-hmm. Thank you. It is 7:50. Going to bring the grand. What did you do with the 3 people that were here? There's one now. Okay. Oh, I see who's here. Yes. Thank you for your patience. There was a need for the session here. Come on, guys. See what we put up with? No, there he is. Thank you all. So we are coming out of the executive session. All members are present. There was no action taken, and we are now back into open session for our meeting of July 5th, 2022. So after our discussions, does anyone Want to have additional comments? Mr. Corrigan?
Just a few, and as I've said often, some of these comments may be repetitive, but I hope that everyone understands that when we had this conversation back in 2017, I will be the one to say that the city should have absolutely done a better job, hands down, no questions. However, we are where we are. We do not have the capability, we'll put it there, to offer what we would like. I think everyone up here would love nothing more than to keep the building as it is, restore the interior, create something great. I don't think there's any question of that particular comment that was made. However, in 2017, when this became an issue and the city had to ultimately make the decision to remove the residents that were there because of the unsafe conditions of the building, at that point, the building was an issue. It's now 2022. It has only become more of an issue. To repair a building in the condition that it's in, as the numbers were briefly presented, for a government entity is substantial. I hope that repairs can be made by a private individual. The reality is, and I say that from my own point of view, I can't speak for someone that may want to buy the property. It's going to take a private individual to do anything there. It's going to take a private individual to decide what they want to do with their property once they've purchased it. I don't see the city in a position to do anything with that building to any degree outside of eliminate the risk, which means tearing it down. Would hate to see that happen. All of you would hate to see that happen. But we are where we are. I don't want to say it pains me particularly. This building holds a lot of significance to this community. Sitting on this dais in 2017, we decided, I say we, the council at the time, decided that we wanted to do everything that we could to try to save the building. Unfortunately, that has not been a reality. So, I've said it twice now, I'll say it again. We are where we are. We have to make decisions based on what's in the best interest of the community as a whole. And I hope that's what happens here tonight. Thank you.
Other discussions? Mr. Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things, and everyone may know this, but in 2017 is when our building official went out after receiving a call and found what was really scary at the time, which was possible electrocution, exposed asbestos, just violation after violation. And he had no choice but from a life safety perspective to condemn and basically shut down that building and say no entry. And so it was cordoned off and electricity turned off, and it was made as safe as possible. And since then, we've still had people break in, and even this week, it sounds like we've had individuals breaking into a building that is really dangerous. And the other side of that equation in treating everyone equally is we wouldn't allow any private structure that anyone owned to progress to this point in this condition. It would have been forced compliance, it would have probably been torn down at some point if there were no other option. And I'm not saying that is the only option here, but this is in a condemnable condition, just like if any other structure, we would have no choice but to pursue that, and that's what our building official did at the time. The only interest that has been shown from a private perspective is from an interested buyer now who is saying, in order for me to pursue this, I need the plaque removed, and subsequently they're going to be asking for a zone change that would allow for a little more flexibility in what gets rebuilt. However, anything that gets rebuilt will have to conform with under the historic overlay district. Is that what it's called? Preservation district. They will have to still
preservation.
They will still have to meet those guidelines. So the historic nature of whatever gets built will still have to have those aspects and get approved and go through the historic commission and possibly planning and zoning and council at that point, depending on how it proceeds. What's in front of you tonight is the plaque itself, which is to approve with conditions, to deny, or to continue that. Plaque or no plaque, whatever gets done there. Right now, we have a developer that has expressed interest in proceeding with what would inevitably be a demolition. And I hate to say that, I'm sorry, but that is what is going to have to be done given the condition. It cannot be renovated. It's $1 million more to renovate and try to reuse the structure because the plumbing, the mechanical, the electrical, everything is shot. It all originates from the slab that's underneath the building. So the foundation itself is shot. And so you're talking about possibly trying to salvage a skin to a building, just an outer skin for that look, and then trying to completely redo the inside for $1 million more tax dollars than the option of demolishing and starting over. And I'm just trying to paint that picture. Those were the 5 years ago, 6 years ago, excuse me, 4 or 5 years ago, we went and got those prices, and we've updated them now to 2022 to account for inflation. And the price effectively doubled in that period of time. And so staff is recommending tonight approval of removal of the plaque in order for this private development and private dollars to try to do something here. It will still have to have that historical significance in whatever gets built. It's possible that we can negotiate and work with that interested party and that they may implement parts and pieces and important historic features of this structure into this new one. We can't say that tonight with any certainty, but that's something that we could discuss, and you'd like to think they'd be open to with these things that are before the council as a first step tonight, and then the CBD zoning change in the future. No contract zoning is allowed, so we wouldn't say we'll do this if you do that. That's illegal. But those are things that we could certainly discuss and explore with the interested private owner. And that's the key here, is we have that private owner that's interested now versus your city tax dollars. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Okay. So, Kira, I'm looking at this and it says our options are approve with conditions, deny, continue if additional information is needed, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. So, do I hear a motion to approve conditions, deny or continue a request of the City of Granbury to remove the local landmark designation from the old Granbury Hospital? The property is addressed as 116 South Houston Street. I say that it's the old Granbury Hospital, in parentheses, old Granbury Hospital / Opera House Dormitory, addressed as 116 South Houston.
I'll make a motion to approve.
To approve. I hear a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Vale seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. It's approved, 6-0. Okay. We have another public hearing. Consider adopting ordinance number 22-29, approving a request of Happy Hound LLC for the operation of a kennel with outside pens in a heavy commercial zoning district. The property is addressed 1851, 1863, and 1865 Acton Highway.
Okay, so this is our first slide in the presentation. This site is located as stated. The site is zoned heavy commercial, and they're asking for the operation of a kennel with outside pens. This site has been in operation for an animal care facility, veterinary facility, and so on for many years. They received a SUP a few years back, and they are proposing to build one building which would house kennels with outdoor, small outdoor runs connected, and that's the reason for the request of the SUP. I would note that the use is generally compatible to the surrounding area, which is characterized by commercial development. This shows the site plan. There are buildings towards the street. The street is towards the upper and right of the site. Parking and buildings generally would shield the new building, providing a buffer from the street and towards the east side. The site also has a fence that runs around the outdoors areas along the property line. This is a depiction of the proposed buildings. It looks a little bit like a horse barn. The lighter colored areas towards our viewing area, those are the runs for the pet facilities that would be in the indoors. On June 2nd, city staff mailed out notifications to 12 parties, and we also published in the Hood County News on May 28th. We received one letter in opposition and no letters in support. The Planning Commission recommended approval with a unanimous vote at 3 conditions. The conditions are all outdoor activity to be screened with a stockade screening fence along any adjoining property line, and these carry over from the previous SUP. No overnight outdoor boarding will take place, so those pets would not be in the runs, they would be indoors. And finally, the property will be used as generally depicted on the site plan. These are suggested action slides. If you'd like me to go over them, I can in detail. They're straight out of the ordinance, and they basically ask questions that you would make in order to make a judgment on the projects. You've seen these before. Staff is recommending approval with the conditions as the Plan Commission did. I would note that the previous SUP had a 10-year term limit. Staff is suggesting to approve without that 10-year term limit, which the Plan Commission did not include as well. This item requires a 3/4 vote because it does meet the 20% rule, where 20% of the area accounted for in the surrounding properties is opposed. Then we conduct that analysis. I have a map I'll show you, but it requires a 3/4 of a vote, 3/4 of City Council to approve. Your voting options for this SUP are approve with conditions, deny, or continue if additional information is needed. This is the map that shows in pink the area of land that the opposition letter came from. Although there was only one letter, the area of land does qualify in 20%. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
This is a public hearing, so I'm going to call the meeting into a public hearing. I don't see that I have any notes up here, so there are none. So I'll close the public hearing. Does anyone have comments, questions of staff? Mr. Wadley?
Mayor. Yeah, I have 2 questions. One is weather extremes, either really hot or really cold. You know, if the animals are out, I don't know is it just outside runs with inside facilities, or is the whole thing just not
Right.
climate controlled at all?
So I can't speak to whether the building is air conditioned or heated. I think the applicant,
Yes.
I think the applicant's here to
Yes.
speak to that.
Please.
Zach Bitterman representing the applicant.
You want to pull the mic up a little bit?
The building is fully climate controlled. We'll have a central HVAC unit, so the dogs will be able to go indoors or outdoors. They will be indoors overnight, though, and not able to go outside.
And we'll need your name and address, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Zach Bitterman, and I'm representing 1863 Acton Highway.
Thank you.
And then my second question is the letter of opposition was about sound. And I know where they are and where you are. I don't see that being any kind of issue because it's not very close. But is there enough buildings surrounding it that where sound won't be a big issue?
The resort has been there for over 20 years. We're not as much increasing the sound as we're creating a different kind of run that the dogs can be in, but it should not increase sound at all. And there is not only a fence, but it is across the street from where the building will be.
Just to make sure there's
Mr.
no
Rodriguez.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
It's all right.
There's no overnight outdoor boarding in this elevation that she showed us, right?
That's correct. There never has been on this property, and there will not be any.
Okay.
Mayor,
Ms. Reiner?
this might be for Kara. As far as city noise ordinance, would they fall under the same restrictions if we were to get a complaint on noise from the animals? Someone would go out and do a decibel check? How would that work?
So I believe that, I might need some help on this, but I believe that they are covered under the animal control ordinance. The noise ordinance is, I believe, more for people rather than animal noises. I'm getting nods, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Bailey.
So that would really be a nuisance then if somebody called in and said, hey, I can't sleep, I've got dogs barking in my ear. That really is a nuisance that the city would then have to respond to, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for the clarification on the HVAC. That was my same question Bruce asked, just thinking about the pets, given, it's snowing and freezing one day and now it's 106 degrees. So obviously a lot of temperature change for the pet to accommodate or get used to. So
Yes,
okay,
sir.
Thank you.
Other questions? Kara, we did receive one letter, which puts us into the three-quarters majority. And just like to read from that letter. Is anyone from the Beehive Assisted Living Facility here? No. The letter says the facilities are carefully and intentionally designed around a residential home concept. And yet this property has been and always has been heavy commercial, right?
Correct.
Correct. So they chose a heavy commercial area to build a design around a residential home concept. I found it a little bit contradictory. Other questions, comments? Okay. Do I hear a motion to adopt the ordinance number 2229 approving the request of Happy Hound LLC for the operation of a kennel with outside pens in a heavy commercial zoning district?
So
Properties
moved.
addressed is 1851, 1863, 1865 Acton Highway.
I approve, so moved.
Mr. Rodriguez?
I second that.
Mr. Wadley? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. It passes 6-0. Thank you, sir. We have another public hearing, 7.5. Consider adopting ordinance number 22-30, approving a request of Storehouse Storage to rezone Lot 2, Block 1 of the Storehouse Storage Addition from interim holding, IH District to light commercial, which is LC. The property is addressed as 3706 Farm Road 4. Kara, please.
Yes, sir. So this is your introductory slide showing the site outlined in blue. It's along the east side of FM4. To the north is Kroger grocery store, and recently built on that red flag lot that's heavy commercial zoning as a storage facility, storehouse storage. This request is for a zone change from interim holding, that's green on your map, to light commercial. The request is in conformance with the comprehensive plan, which recommends for zoning that fits with that. This property is not coming to you with a site plan or any kind of plan. It's not required, and the proposal would facilitate development and signage for properties on this area. Let's see if I have other slides. So this is the comprehensive plan. Public notice was mailed on June 2nd to 6 property owners within 200 feet, and it was also published in the newspaper. We've received 1 letter of support and no letters in opposition. On June 13th, the Planning Commission voted unanimously 7-0 to approve. The suggestion action from staff is for approval. And these are your voting options: approve with conditions, deny, or continue the item if more information is needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This too is a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing. I have no paperwork. Am I good? Okay. Then I'll close the public hearing. And I believe that the storage representative is here. Your name and address, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Braden Horton, owner of 3706 FM4. We're looking to rezone the lot from interim holding to light commercial, as Kira said, to construct a multi-panel sign, one panel being allocated for the storage lot directly behind the retail lot, and the other panel being allocated for future retail use. Here to field any comments or questions you may have.
Council? Anything else to add? Okay. Do I hear a motion to adopt ordinance number 2230, approving a request of Storehouse Storage to rezone Lot 2, Block 1 of the Storehouse Storage Addition from interim holding IH District to light commercial? Property's address is 3706 Farm Road 4.
So moved.
Ms. Reiner makes the motion.
Second.
Mr. Corrigan seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. It passes 6-0. We'll now move to public hearing 7.6. Consider adopting ordinance number 22-31, approving a request of Snickwell LP to rezone a 24.94 acre tract of the John Chenoweth survey, abstract number 108, from interim holding IH to planned development, single family residential district 7000, PD/R7, and the property is located west of Weatherford Highway, north of Hunter Park. Ms. Wiebe, Kara, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, I prepared a presentation that includes item number 7.7. If possible, could we hear those together? We would need 7.7 introduced.
Okay.
Thank you.
7.7 is consider following request of Sinqua LP to 1, execute a facilities improvement agreement, FIA 22-02, by and between the city of Granbury and Sinqua LP for the construction of water, storm drainage, street improvements, and street lights. The approximate cost of the construction is $1,520,940. The developer has selected a payment and performance bond which covers 120% of the cost of the facilities. And number 2, final plat, a 29.949 acre tract of the John Chenoweth survey, abstract number 118, as lots 44-55 and private drainage easement 5F, block 6, lots 21-44, and Greenbelt Area 3, Block 7, lots 13-24, and Private Park 5A-3, Block 9, and lots 1-30, Block 10 of the Abe's Landing Phases 5A-3 and 5A-4 addition. The property is located west of Weatherford Highway, north of Hunter Park.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Go ahead, Kia.
Okay,
Kira.
so this is your location map. It serves as the location map for both projects. This is a change of zoning from interim holding to a single-family district R7 with a PD. The site is part of Abe's Landing, and you see on your map in purple there are a couple of other PD-zoned properties. The proposed zoning is consistent with the surrounding developed area as well as the comprehensive plan. I'm holding on this slide because I wanted to explain the reason for the PD is a reduction in side yard setbacks to 5 feet on each side of a lot. That's consistent with those PDs that are shown in purple adjacent to this property. And this shows the development plan in green. It's a little hard to see, But the street for this project would be a loop street and connects in 4 points to the north and to the south of the project. And this just shows the land use plan map. This shows the layout of the plat, the 78 lots, and 3 common areas for drainage, two for drainage, and other purposes that would serve the development, and also 1 for community park. That would be a private park in the community. There would be a rock wall on the side of the development that fronts onto Weatherford Highway. That's the second page of the plat. And this has a small drawing. It's hard to read, but that shows the wall, rock wall, and would conform or be consistent with the existing wall that's already built out there. Public notice was provided to 29 property owners on June 2nd. We also provided notice in the newspaper on May 28th. We received 4 letters in favor and 1 letter received in opposition to the request. On your zoning, P&Z recommended approval 7-0, and on the plat they also recommended approval. With this project, you also have a facilities improvement agreement and the plat and the zoning. So suggested action from staff is recommending approval of the proposal, and also to execute the facilities improvement agreement and approval of the final plat. All of those documents and drawings are in order. Here are your voting options, and it's recommended to vote in the order as given: zoning, then the FIA, and then the final plat. Thank you.
Okay. Both items 7.6 and 7.7, 7.6 and 7.7 are public hearing items. So I'm opening the public hearing at this point in time. Carla, I see no paperwork. There's no paperwork, so I will close the public hearing at this point in time. Ask council, do you have questions for Kira?
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Reiner?
No questions, really just a comment. I just wanted to make sure that we are abundantly clear that this project is already vested and is not subject to the current moratorium, because it's due to the date that it's already been platted, and so that the public understands that.
That's correct. The preliminary plat came in 2013, so it's vested.
Very good. Other questions? No? So my understanding that you would want a motion on 7.6 to adopt the ordinance 22.31 first, before we would go to the 7.7 and the plat. Okay. So do I hear a motion to consider adopting ordinance number 22-31, approving a request of Cinqua LP to rezone a 29.94 acre tract of the John Chenoweth Survey Abstract number 108 with interim holding IH to plan development single-family residential district 7000 PD/R7. The property is located west of Weatherford Highway, north of Hunter Park.
So moved.
Ms. Reiner makes the motion.
Second.
Second by Mr. Vale. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. 7.6 passes 6-0. Do I hear a motion to consider the following request of Cinqua LP to, number 1, execute a facilities improvement agreement FI 22-02 by and between the City of Granbury and Cinqua LP for the construction of water, storm drainage, street improvements, and street lights. The approximate cost of the construction is $1,520,940. The developer has selected a payment and performance bond which covers 120% of the cost of the facilities. And number 2, final plat, what's this? And we will understand a motion, or we will entertain a motion for the following request, number 1.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Reiner, Mr. Rodriguez seconds. All in favor of approving the request number 1, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. Continuing with 7.7, with number 2, final plat, a 29.94 94-acre tract of the John Chenoweth Survey, abstract number 118, as lots 44-45 and private drainage easement 5F. Block 6, lots 21 through 44, and Greenbelt Area 3, Block 7, lots 13-24, and private park 5A-3, Block 9, and lots 1-30. Block 10 of the Abe's Landing phases 5A-3 and 5A-4 addition. The property is located west of Weatherford Highway, north of Hunter Park. Do I hear a motion? Mr.
So
Wadley?
moved.
Mr. Wadley makes a motion.
Second.
Mr. Corrigan seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. It passes. Number 2 passes at 6.0 as
Mayor.
well. Yes, sir.
But just a small correction, it's 24.949 acres, not 29, as you had stated. Just a small correction.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Did you get that, Carla? Thank you. I do appreciate it. All right, we're moving to 7.8, which is also a public hearing. Considering adopted ordinance number 22-32, approving a request of the City of Granbury to 1, amend select sections of the City of Granbury zoning ordinance pertaining to the addition of short-term rentals. Amendments proposed are to section 4.1.A, uses permitted by district, section 4.2, supplemental standards for land uses, section 11.2D, parking table, and section 12.3, land use definitions, and section 2 is amend the city code, chapter 4, business regulations, article 4.16, to add a bed and breakfast, hosted and short-term rentals permitting requirement, and 3, amend the city code, chapter article 6.06, smoking, and chapter 13, utilities, to revise terminology for bed and breakfast. Kira?
Thank you.
Please.
Sure. So, a little bit of background on this project. In early 2022, this year, staff was directed to prepare an amendment to the zoning ordinance for bed and breakfast and short-term rentals. I think everybody came to realize during that research and course of the last several months that our ordinance does need some repair. There's terminology that seems to conflict, some terms that need to be updated, some things that need to be just revised. And not only for our community, but you've probably noticed there are communities across the country, locally, in Texas, that also have been undertaking this exercise. So we reviewed what I'll call industry trends, bed and breakfast, short-term rental trends, comparable cities, and we prepared a draft. We took that to planning and zoning meeting on May 9th, presented that draft, and then we went to the community meeting. I held a community meeting to hear community input and for considerations and ideas on May 18th. Finally, on June 13th, we went back to the P&Z for a public meeting. There was a significant amount of conversation, and at each step, we took a review of the work completed and made adjustments as seemed to be appropriate based on the input we received, as well as touching back to that research and other knowledge that we had gained. So we're finally here in front of City Council. So a little bit of bed and breakfast zoning history. Generally, prior to 2000, the year 2000, those were bed and breakfast hosted types of uses in zoning ordinances, or you would find them as boarding houses. Typically back then, zoning ordinances contained distance separations that were quite far to minimize the potential impacts of traffic and whatnot on the surrounding communities. After 2000, there was an emergence of other types of labels for the use, and the use did morph into something more than just a boarding house character. It morphed into something where people went to vacation and holiday. There was a surge in some locations right at that 2000 mark, whereas beginning in 2004 there was a greater knowledge and advent of online platforms and later commoditization of residential properties. So that's a big brushstroke on the history of this. So trending, we see trends of upward numbers and with common operational characteristics. More of them seem to be unhosted. More of them are unhosted. Some communities are experiencing parking problems, unkept properties, noise, party houses, this kind of thing, and an increased call of service and impacts on their city's abilities to provide services. More background, we specifically surveyed 8 regional municipalities. There were varied regulatory approaches that we found. No one community is exactly the same, and zoning is typically tailored for the local community to address not only the visions contained in comprehensive plans and other policy documents, but also just the character of the community. Some communities completely prohibit them. Other communities regulate the bed and breakfast or short-term rentals. So there's wide variation. They can be in commercial districts. They can have use standards. They can be in residential districts as well. Some cities have come to the point of requiring a permit and license beyond just a certificate of occupancy. And I see there's that last statement. The Arlington case outcome found that the use may be geographically limited in a community. So there's more. And some of these we've looked to as things that we would recommend, such as 24-hour basis for emergency complaints, local contacts available with time frame of less than and up to 60 minutes. More recently, I did a little bit of research and found that some are requiring 15 minutes for that time frame. Permit required for each unit, permit non-transferable if owner sells the property or the new property owner needs to obtain a new permit. There are reasons for that. They need to update their contact information, update the emergency contact information, and confirm that the home still has those safety features that might be required, such as a smoke detector. Let's see. So there's just a real laundry list of things that other communities have been able to regulate. And finally, a suggestion by one of the recent court cases is that the courts favor regulation of short-term rentals over an outright ban, although we have found cases where they've been banned, or cities where they're banned. So the comprehensive plan for Granbury speaks to bed and breakfast. There's a couple of statements in it. One deals with the lower intensity uses that fit within appearance of single-family homes, such as bed and breakfast or traditional residential development, can enhance current historic protections while making the streetscape more complete. So that's talking about infill, reuse, and rehabilitation of historic areas. And then the comprehensive plan also speaks to the downtown core as a particular area that could be considered for bed and breakfast locations. I tend to be using the bed and breakfast, but I want to emphasize that the term can be used a little bit interchangeably. So as we go through the presentation, you'll see where I need to be a little more specific on those terms. This map shows the locations of bed and breakfast, and the chart shows a cumulative SUP. So you can see that it's hard to read, but in about the 2008, there was a spike of interest and approvals in SUPs for bed and breakfast. Then it tapered off quite a bit until the last couple years, where we've seen the majority of the SUPs being approved. And not all of those that are depicted are actually active. This data was assembled in May of this year. When it was last updated, there were 4 SUPs approved in 2022 and 6 pending for tonight's agenda. In the existing ordinance, bed and breakfast can be hosted or unhosted. It can be in commercial or residential areas. Basically, it's transient lodging for compensation, and the stay is between 14 and 28 days. During our research, we were finding very commonly that the stay could not exceed 30 days. That corresponds to what you typically find for multifamily residential leases. So it's shorter than the multifamily residential, and it allows you to go up to that amount of time. And we've incorporated that into the proposed amendment. The existing zoning ordinance also permits to operate in all non-residential districts by SUP in residential districts, so that's by right in non-residential districts. And all of those have supplemental standards, except it's rather curious. The commercial bed and breakfast did not have standards, but there was some confusion on that for whatever reason. So in consideration of all of this research and community comments and P&Z meetings, this is just a general goals and zoning ordinance and city code summary of what we're bringing to you. Primarily, our general goals are to bring an ordinance and a code to current practices, to ease the usefulness of the code, make it easier to use, not only for staff, but for the community, for property owners and so on, and to modernize and correct language. At a summary level, revising language, and I'll go through this here in a bit. I'll get to a different slide. And then creating a new permitting and enforcement section. We don't have that right now for this use. We only have certificate of occupancy, so that's a little different. And then edits for consistency with the proposed revisions. So this slide shows the types of bed and breakfast existing column and what we would do with those items in the existing column and how they would be allowed. So right now we have a term bed and breakfast hosted. That's not used. The intent is there, but it's not used. It's pretty much the same as bed and breakfast facility hosted. Okay, so when we looked at that, we pondered it and we said, well, if they're the same, then let's just have one term, prevent confusion between the two. And we're proposing the bed and breakfast hosted as the term. We're retaining the SUP in residential districts and permitted in commercial districts. Then you step down to the bed and breakfast facility, unhosted residential, and here's the difference between bed and breakfast hosted and short-term rental residential unhosted, and you drop down to the bottom line, you'll see the bed and breakfast facility unhosted commercial is proposed to be short-term rental commercial. Okay. The reason we felt it was important, not only did we receive some community input, they wanted to retain the bed and breakfast hosted term, but it does hearken to the traditional bed and breakfast where you have your host, you have your breakfast, you have more of a family setting when you stay there. It's a little different. Whereas with a short-term rental, you go there and you stay on your own. It's not hosted. So short-term rental and residential unhosted, short-term rental commercial. The distinguishing difference there is the unhosted residential is in residential districts and the commercial is in commercial districts. So commercial districts is permitted, no public hearing on that, and the residential districts is a SUP. Okay. On this slide, you see the definitions that are proposed. The first definition there I highlighted in blue as a reminder that staff is recommending a change after Planning and Zoning Commission asked us for a little bit more work on the definition. But what this is intended to do is define what a bedroom is in a short-term rental. So it's short definition is an area of a dwelling intended as sleeping rooms. And then the larger part of the definition says what a bedroom is not. So we added the key part of this that was complex or difficult was the living room. some people call that a family room, some people call it a sitting room, some people call it a game room, and it just depends upon the property and how it perhaps is decorated. So we added there in the parentheses what it also could include, but it's not limited to those examples. The next definition is bed and breakfast hosted. Excuse me. Bed and breakfast hosted is pretty much what it says. There is, it's hosted with someone that lives there and then has people come in and rent a portion of the building. Short-term rental, residential unhosted, pretty much what it says too, as well as the commercial one. So let's see. So this chart is showing all three of those uses across the top, and then the use types. It gives you an idea of how they compare. In the use table, I already went through the way they would be specific use permit or permitted. The city does have some short-term rentals that happen to be in a light commercial district. So those are permitted. Right now, that's how we treat them. They come in, they're permitted. Then the primary occupant, that's been clarified. The length of stay, again, stated 30 days. Number of bedrooms, so the number of bedrooms is different compared to the occupancy. The occupancy is contained in the permit section because that relates more closely to building occupancy. Okay. So here we have the number of bedrooms that could be located in the various types of bed and breakfast or short-term rentals. The guest and payment is a component of the regulation. The meal service is being clarified. I don't think that we've had too much trouble with that the way it is, but sometimes it's located in definitions right now, and sometimes that's hard to find. Additional meal services for receptions. It does currently allow up to 50 guests, and that's for the hosted type. We had some input on how that's been functioning, and the city hasn't had any calls for service for that situation on the ones that are in the downtown area, those that we had on that map. Grounds and characteristics, how to maintain the property. That has a lot to do with the character of the neighborhood, and in summary, that's what that speaks to. So it stays like a neighborhood, a residential neighborhood. Now for the commercial one, of course, we want to have grounds maintained well, but that doesn't speak to the type of and character of the building. It's a commercial building, or multifamily is in the commercial. Let's see. So the location, we would propose that we capture that location to a generalized area, that being the historic preservation overlay and the historic compatibility overlay districts. I have a map I'll show you here in a second. The signage is existing as is. It can be one sign, 7 feet high, 18 square feet. And I didn't bother to put all the extra information on the table, but that's staying the same. New clarified item is a smoke alarm, and that will accommodate those buildings that are historic, so they don't have to be wired. And when we presented to Planning Commission, we had indicated it had to be wired, and it's just not feasible for historic properties. So they do have to have a smoke alarm, but it doesn't have to be the wired type. Okay. Building type here. Building type for the hosted is a principal building used as a dwelling. So then short-term rental unhosted is a residential principal building, so it doesn't have to be used as a dwelling. That is, the owner isn't living there. A single-family attached structure, which would be like a townhouse where you have shared walls with a neighbor, or a duplex where you have shared walls. In that case, the current code, and it's carried forward, requires a support letter from that adjoining property owner. And if the applicant does not provide that kind of letter, then it has a supermajority approval for P&Z and City Council. A site plan, floor plan is now required. Parking has to be screened from residential zone in the first two categories. And the intent there is to screen the sweep of the lights so that the neighbors aren't disturbed by the light. Commercial properties have to be screened also, but that's a little different and it's already codified. The term of the SUP, it's void if it's expired, not renewed, terminated, relinquished, or permit is not renewed. They have to get a permit in any case. And then we have parking. Again, the blue shows some change from P&Z. There were concerns about parking and needed to clarify that. So the bed and breakfast hosted is one space for each bedroom and 2 additional spaces for the owner or agent occupants. Okay. Short-term rental commercial, 1 space for each bedroom and 2 additional spaces if the site has an on-site management. And then the short-term rental residential unhosted, 1 space for each bedroom, and for new construction of a residential use, 2 spaces in conformance with section 11.2A4, which is, it contains the garage required and the parking space numbers and that kind of thing. That was important for new construction to not require a historic building to have to accommodate the additional parking. Okay, this is the map I committed to share with you. The right side of it, where the dark pink and the light blue is showing, those are the historic districts. The light pink that's kind of surrounded by the light blue, that's the historic preservation overlay, and the light blue is the historic conservation overlay. So that's where, if someone wanted to do a bed and breakfast or a short-term rental, it's in that geographic area that this document would require. The left document shows those currently operating short-term rentals, and that's current as of May 9th. There are 2 on that map that at that time were non-compliant to zoning outside of historic districts, and 5 compliant with zoning outside of historic districts. If you were to desire to capture those, then that would require a zone change to include the historic districts. If they were not captured into the districts, then they would be considered non-conforming and could continue non-conforming so long as they did not lose that status. Once they fall out of non-conforming, they can't operate. Okay, now we have the proposed city code as chapter 4, the business regulations. In summary, this is where the permit language is housed. So they have to go through, they have to get a specific use permit through a public hearing, planning and zoning, city council, and then they would have to go through and obtain a permit from the building inspections office or the office wherever it's managed. So I'm just going to hit the highlights. We have a permit requirement, which then would require an enforcement and inspections mechanism to assure the permit requirements are followed. There in that permit section is a occupancy limit, a 2-person occupancy per bedroom, and that then you pair up with the zoning code to know what the bedroom is, and we included a definition in the permit section, so that eases that effort. And to allow non-bedroom occupants as visitors to the premise, occupancy cannot exceed the maximum occupancy allowed by the permit. So there's an overall occupancy for that building, and then there's an occupancy for the bedroom, per bedroom. So someone who rents it can have their own guests come over. You know, if I go there, I can have a friend come over, right? But they can't be an occupant of the bedroom. Does that make sense? Okay. Trash placement is also a requirement to control and prevent trash from being out for long periods of time. No rental less than 18 hours to try to prevent nefarious activities, and local management within a 1-hour time frame. And then these other sections were just really a cleanup to make sure the terms matched. And we didn't put anything substantial in terms of requirements in the smoking and the other code. So P&Z Commission action on May 9th. P&Z met to consider the item and continued to June 13th to accommodate that community meeting that we talked about. And then on June 13th, the P&Z recommended approval subject to conditions. They asked that the bedroom definition be modified and to clarify the requirements of parking for the short-term residential, and we went a bit further on that. And also P&Z requested further study related to density of bed and breakfast and short-term rentals. What I can say at this juncture is we've done a little bit of study on that it's something that could be undertaken. It might not be tonight, but we would have to do a little bit more research on that. And this is your suggested action. I don't know why I made this so tiny. Sorry about that. But what it does, it summarizes some of the changes that were made, and staff recommends approval with the item as presented in your agenda. And these are your voting items. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This is also a public hearing, and I will go ahead and open the public hearing at this point. And I have Amy Dwight, and followed by Helena Ambrose and James Ambrose.
Good evening. My name's Amy Dwight. I live at 405 Counts Alley. I wanted to say this proposed ordinance does go a long way to meeting the stated purpose, and we really appreciate all the work that's gone into it. We do feel there's still some areas that need to be addressed. It was briefly mentioned the issue of density. You're limiting geographic area, but there's no mention of density. I really don't understand how we preserve the neighborhood character of residential subdivisions if we don't limit the density of short-term rentals in those residential neighborhoods. And I'm not sure exactly if there is a process for existing unhosted B&Bs who have SUPs. Is there any way for them at some point to have to apply for this proposed new permit so that there's consistency in the standards? Can someone who's currently operating an unhosted short-term rental be given, say, a grace period of a certain amount of time and then be required to go through this permitting process? The other issue is regarding contact person. The new ordinance does require that there be a contact person for each property. We're asking that maybe that contact person information be posted on the city website. These short-term rentals are generally occupied weekends, holidays, overnight, when the only option, if we have a problem, is to call 911. It seems like there's got to be a better way than calling the police out using emergency channels. And given all of this and the fact that we're considering this right now, as was mentioned, there are 6 SUPs on the agenda following this. Can we put a hold on these until we nail this stuff down so we all know what exactly is being approved, what the requirements are? When P&Z recommended approval of those 6 SUPs, every one of them had a condition. Those conditions ranged from paving parking to agreeing to block off up to 4 bedrooms in one property. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, and I think it would be really great if we could just have these consistent standards applied across the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dwight. Ms. Ambrose?
Good evening. Helena Ambrose, 404 Mary Lou Court. Thank you for all the work that's been put into this. I was at the workshop, and I did appreciate all the work that's gone into it. I still have a question about enforcement. It seems like it's still up to the neighborhoods to do the enforcing. That worries me just a little bit. But the other thing I would like for you just to consider a general comment about unhosted B&Bs. When we were at the workshop, my neighbor mentioned that she likes to have neighbors, people that we can trust, people that have our back, people that we can count on in emergencies, that sort of thing. And if you have a lot of unhosted B&Bs in the area, then you don't have a neighborhood. One of the ladies said, why in the world would you want neighbors? Why would you need any neighbors? Most of them are horrible anyway. And my thought about that is this, that unhosted B&Bs are not in their neighborhoods, they're in our neighborhoods. And we are the ones who have to deal with it. Please keep that in mind when you're approving SUPs for unhosted bed and breakfast. Just please keep in mind that they don't care about where they're putting them. They just want the money from them, and they are a cash cow. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Ambrose?
My name is James Ambrose. I live at 404 Mary Lou Court. I was just aware of this meeting tonight, so I've kind of put this together really, really quick, so I apologize if I read this rather than know it from memory. In permit code section, there's a language stipulating up to $2,000 fine per day for violating permit requirements. However, in that same document, there's no minimum or at least verbiage included, and I would propose that a very specific language be included that does just that. Furthermore, while it would involve the city council, obviously you guys would be the ones who would determine what that minimum stipulation might be, I believe it should be high enough to act as a deterrent to somebody intentionally violating permit requirements, believing that they could talk down the fine or getting it drastically reduced to less than whatever financial benefit they might receive by intentionally breaking that rule. Using the up to limit as a reference amount, I myself would propose just a $400 minimum fine per day, which is only 1/5 of the up to maximum that you put in there. In addition, there's no real definition of what local management is. It's a local management definition for someone coming in and fixing a problem in the site. What is local management? Does that see somebody out of Fort Worth who can get here within 35 minutes or an hour? What if there's traffic on the road, whatever? I would propose that local management means just that. Local management, meaning somebody out of Granbury, which would bring more commerce to Granbury because somebody would have to do that. Lastly, it's already been mentioned about the density requirement, so I'll skip that one. But I do have one more thing I'd like to talk about. In the meeting that we attended, there was a proposal that the city would create a website would be accessible to the public so that we could go out and, as a public, we could go out and show the status of short-term rental permits for each address. And this website would include a cross-reference to each address doing business as B&B currently and whether or not they're paying the proper hotel occupancy taxes. This would allow the public to inquire whether or not a B&B is operating near them actually is a permitted B&B, because there are many that are not. I will guarantee you, if we went and did a survey of this town, we would find at least one, if not more, unhosted bed and breakfasts that are being operated and paying no hotel occupancy taxes, and they should be. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambrose. There being no more people signed up for the public hearing, I'm going to close this. Okay. Carla? Well, if you turned yours in, please come up, give your name, and, oh, there we go. Okay. Lou James and Pamela Brewster will be coming.
Thank you. I'm Pamela Brewster, 407 Counts Alley, Old Mill Crossing. I know I've been in front of you many times, and we've talked about this. You've heard several people thank you. I want to say thank you. Thank you. You listened to us. Lots of our concerns have been met. The density is not met yet, but I have hope that we can do that because the density is a huge issue. The overproliferation of these unhosted short-term rentals does affect our everyday lives. As one resident recently said, and I thought it was brilliant, she said, there are an awful lot of residents here that are people who have retired here. And as you age, you need your neighbors more and more. You rely on them. They're your lifeline. So I want to say we're the city's lifeline. Don't forget us, the full-time residents. Thank you. And thank you for your new definition of bedrooms, that it can't be a kitchen or a closet or something like that. That's fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. James?
Good evening.
If you'll introduce yourself, please.
Good evening. I'm Lou James. I live at 407 Counts Alley, and just about everything I had written down has been addressed by my neighbors or my wife. It is a great job. Anyone who's ever worked on any ordinance or regulations can look at that and see the number of hours that had to be put into that. So thank you. You did the city council right, and you did us right. I appreciate that. I would like clarification on one thing, and that is the permit process. I understand for an existing SUP, those SUPs are permanent and they're run with the land. So they will not be impacted by this. However, I don't see anything in the short-term rental permit that exempts them from getting a permit. My grandfather drove a car for years before they invented the driver's license. He still had to get a driver's license, okay? So I want to be sure I understand. Existing SUPs for bed and breakfast or short-term rentals, they're still going to have to get the new permit, right?
I can't answer that, Kara.
There's nothing in here that says they don't.
Here, you want?
The answer to that is no, because they are vested under the current ordinances. It's not retroactive in nature. We can't go back to them. Now, if they stop using it for that purpose or whatever and the SUP goes away, then yes. And there is a small group of SUPs out there that will continue to operate without that. But it's just been those that have been in the last, 2021, Kira?
Right, in the 2021 and part of 22.
Because everything prior to that, the SUPs actually will need to be renewed at some point. Some are 3-year SUPs, some are 5-year SUPs. They'll come back and then they will be required to be permitted from thenceforward.
Okay, so even the prior ones have some time limit on them.
They do.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. James. So I have no more people that have signed up to speak, correct? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on item 7.8. Look to council. Do you have additional questions that you'd like answered, respond to?
Mr. Mayor. Kira, just a couple of clarifications. There was a question regarding violating the permit and whether or not they pay hot tax or not. If it's a permitted SUP and neither or either of those are being followed or met, is it the requirement of the city and the city's action then would be to pull the SUP? Is that the process?
The reason for pulling of an SUP would have to be related to a condition that's attached to the SUP or the supplemental standards of the SUP, not to the hot tax. The hot tax would need to be paid if they're in operation, and then the permit. Let me check on the permit, unless one of y'all knows right offhand.
Just while you're checking, Kira, it's my understanding that we do monitor for unapproved use and ads and things like that of Airbnbs, just to make sure that they are playing fair and they are permitted, and that is something we do as a matter of routine.
Right.
All right.
Thank you. And yes, sir. Regarding the hot tax, so that is part of the permit requirement is hotel occupancy, hot taxes and request for occupancy history. That section requires that. And there's a penalty section also that was spoke to of the $2,000 section. So that would be the mechanism to enforce that.
Okay. Just one other question. It was brought up several times this evening, and obviously I read the P&Z document, and that was one of the comments in there requesting further study on density. Hello? I did want to echo the comment, too, that there's been an awful lot of work done by community development, the community involvement, to get to where we are. And somebody made the comment, the hours that were put in, and I applaud your department working with the community and P&Z to get that done. What would be the next steps, and are there any legal requirements or restraints as far as being able to implement something that would address the density question?
Right. So what we would need is direction to do that. Planning Commission recommended that direction. And then we would need to do a little bit of legal research and case law research, comparable, so the same kind of thing that we've already done, and come back with a proposal on the density factor.
Obviously, I can't speak on behalf of the rest of the council, but I personally support that. I think that's something that we should be addressing. Ms. Brewster mentioned that, as we all need neighbors to that we rely on for help, I think that is something that, as we look to address with density, that we should keep in the back of our minds. That's just my personal opinion. So, thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Mayor, Carrie, can you go back to the slide that has the number of rooms? Right, one more, I think, right there. Yep, yep. So for B&Bs, if they have a 10-bedroom house, can they use all 10 bedrooms for hosted?
So for the hosted, they would be limited to 7 bedrooms.
What's the reasoning behind that?
So the reasoning behind that is primarily that's what we require today. That's in the current code. The other thing is that it is a hosted facility, and that's really what was a factor in that. We didn't make any change.
Isn't that also a state law or is there other laws that pertain to that many rooms? No? No.
Nothing comes to mind right now.
Okay. So at this time, if they had more than 7 bedrooms, they couldn't use more than 7 bedrooms as a host?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's right, that's current.
Okay. And can you go to the parking?
Sure. This one?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So back to the same kind of concept, if they had a short-term rental that had 7 bedrooms, they would have to have 7 spaces.
Correct, for those bedroom. So that's going to be a factor, that some sites are too small to accommodate the parking, which then would preclude that many bedrooms. They would have to have less.
Okay. So even if our B&Bs don't have that now, they have to have it?
Right, correct.
Okay. So if a family wanted to rent a house, a 4-person, I guess it wouldn't make a difference. I mean, sometimes you have big bedrooms and you know, two families share the spaces because they got kids and everything. They only have two vehicles, but that may be something that we may need to look at, because sometimes it's just families getting together for that many bedrooms. And usually you don't have 10 or 7 cars, but okay. And then conforming and non-conforming, can you go over that again?
Okay, so the SUPs that are conforming would need to operate along with their approved conditions and the supplemental standards and requirements of the zoning ordinance. If they're non-conforming, sorry, thank you. If they're non-conforming, what that means is that they were operating prior to the 2001 ordinance, as an example, okay? Since we're not talking about a specific property. Let's say they were operating prior to the 2001 zoning ordinance adoption, then they would operate in the fashion that they were approved or were operating prior to 2001.
Okay. So go to that map where you have those two that are non-conforming.
This map?
Yep.
Okay.
You're saying two non-compliant to the zoning.
Right. So one of those, and this is at the time of May 9th. This one that I'm pointing at, can you see where my
No,
pointer is?
I don't see where you're pointing at.
Okay, let me try this. I don't think it's made very clear either, but we'll try it. So there's one right in here in this
Okay.
neighborhood. It never received an SUP, and it was identified as an existing at the time that this map was made. So that's what would be an example of non-compliant to zoning, and not having the ability to operate. That one is no longer operating.
So it has to be zoned in what?
It has to, currently, under the current ordinance, it has to have an SUP. And currently, it can be considered through a public hearing, and location can be anywhere in the city. It just
Okay.
has to be proposed, and then it has to be either a residential district or a commercial district, and depending which one, it's either permitted by right, it doesn't need a hearing, or it needs an SUP through a public hearing.
So it can't be an interim holding?
It can be an interim holding with an SUP.
Okay, but it has to have a SUP.
Right.
So how did this one get through the cracks if it doesn't have an SUP?
This one, someone decided they would just start operating and did so.
So they're operating illegally without an SUP?
And they're no longer operating right
Okay.
now.
All right. And fire alarms. Can you tell me the fire alarms, wired and non-wired? So doesn't our current ordinance say that all residential, if you're using updated?
He's gone.
He's gone. I was looking for our building officer. I don't know the building code as well as our building officer might. So I don't think I can answer where you were headed with that, Mr. Rodriguez.
But we can certainly follow up with an answer.
Yeah, I mean, if you're requiring people that are doing remodels now to have wired fire alarms, then it should be the same requirement if they are gonna do a new STR or B&B. It should be the same requirement, or if it's not a requirement for them to have wired alarms when they do a complete remodel, then it should be it should be the same for either or.
Right.
Okay.
We'll get that answered.
And I also like to follow up on the number of rooms, if that can be expanded or not. Or there's a limitation on that.
Other questions? Eddie? Mr. Rodriguez?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor.
Ms. Reiner?
I know that some of the concerns were enforcement by some of the residents in the neighborhood and not having to call the police every time. I didn't attend the community meeting, so did any of the owners of current properties attend, and did they offer any solutions to how to more easily contact them in case of an issue?
As I recall, there were owners that
There were some there?
As I recall, there were owners present. I don't recall any particular direction on contact. What I can say is staff has been looking at software that would perhaps allow someone to go online and report an incident. I don't know what direction we're heading in, but that is an option we're looking at. It will, of course, very likely depend on some budgetary.
Okay, but it's being looked at.
Mhm.
Okay. And then the other quick question I had was the one gentleman was talking about the hour. Does that mean Fort Worth? Does that mean Granbury? An hour, if it's under 60 minutes, that could be anywhere in the 45 to 60 mile radius. Is that something that we can look at as well? My question on that is there are a lot of folks who have either owned properties here, have moved away to work for a while and plan on coming back here, but they may not live very far away. I mean, we've had people come through that don't necessarily live right here, but have family here that can look after things. I just kind of want to make sure that that is clear in the ultimate document, how that looks, whether it's local, whether it's Fort Worth, or whether it's just in any given geographical area. If it's under an hour that somebody can get to them, that should suffice.
Right. So we elected the hour because that's what was commonly being discussed in the public meetings. There are some communities that as I mentioned, are as short as 15 minutes, which gives your emergency service providers the luxury of having someone there more immediately and not having to wait. And of course, time is money, right? So not having to wait for someone to come and hope that they've contacted and get there within an hour. So that is something that if you were so inclined as a council, you could propose to modify that, and we would incorporate that as you would include in your motion or your vote.
Mr. Corrigan?
Mayor, just a few things that we've kind of touched on. One, I would like to officially request that you guys dig a little more into the density. I do want to throw a caveat out there with that. I think we all agree, and I apologize for whoever said the comment about the neighbor. I love most of my neighbors. I'm not sure who would say that. There's a few. We'll not get into that. But with the density, I don't want to completely eliminate the ability to look at a property on a case-by-case basis in the context of if, let's just say the density's 60%, let's throw an arbitrary number out there, and there's a dilapidated building that may or may not be on the list for demolition or forced, whatever that case may be. If someone wants to come in and step in and take on that project and renovate that property and make it new again, using it as an STR, I would like the ability for ourselves and future councils to look at those on a case-by-case basis. So density as a general rule, I think we all have spoken to that in some degree, needs to be looked at further, whatever the legal requirements are for something like that. But I do think that we need to be able to still have the ability to look at those on a case-by-case basis for specific situations like I described. The hour was the other. An hour's, it is what it is. I think if you had a minimum, I don't think you could go below like 30 minutes. So, and I say that because it takes 30 minutes to get here from Weatherford. It takes 30 minutes to get here from Stephenville or Cleveland. So someone living that close theoretically could get here within an hour, but maybe someone lives on the other side of the Fort Worth may not be able to. So in those situations, having someone here local that can respond a little quicker, I think would be preferable on all fronts. Outside of that, there really weren't, I mean, it seems like you guys did a great job, worked with the community well. I appreciate those of you that sent emails to council addressing some of the concerns that you had. And then those that were in the decision-making process, we got a couple of those emails just explaining kind of how they looked at certain things, which was appreciated. So thank you, staff and the community for working together on that particular issue. Thank you.
Michael?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to piggyback that comment and thank staff for all the time spent, and the Planning and Zoning Commission and the public that contributed. And council may recall this was an important goal of yours in your strategic planning exercise that you went through recently. So we wanted to make sure we were on top of it. Fortunately, staff was already working it when you all had that gathering, but we're very pleased they have this first recommendation that's come through Planning and Zoning Commission. Hopefully it's something we can that you all are comfortable moving forward on tonight, with the understanding if you'd like us to look at some other items, we could certainly do that if that's your direction. Thank you.
You just defined it as the first, right? Which says there can be a second, third iteration to this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Mayor?
Mr. Rodriguez?
I would also like to see if it's any possibility for, or if any other communities are doing, like the owners of STRs have to be local. I'm not sure if that's a possibility or not, but see if that's a possibility.
No. Like 9 trillion hours doing open records requests and the applications for every SUP follow in
Or-
the city and going forward and locating the owners.
Or, I'm sorry, if it could be one of the stipulations for STRs that you have to be local. You have to be local.
Can I make a comment on that, Mayor?
Yes, please.
That kind of goes along with what I just said. We've got a lot of families here. We've even had some come up to talk about their short-term rentals, and they own the property here. Maybe they've had to move away for a job, keeping the property with the ultimate goal of coming back here and retiring. I think that puts a lot of pressure on people. Plus, it's a property rights issue, in my opinion. You know, whether if it needs to be a local person, maybe they hire somebody to look after it, but I think that stipulation is kind of infringement on a property right issue.
You can
If
own
you're
the property,
required-
you just can't have an STR at it.
Well, I think, like, again, to me, in my mind, and I'm not the lawyer, but in my mind, that's a property right
Well-
issue.
Sorry for interrupting, but tonight we're looking at considering adopting this ordinance that we have put here with the changes that we have, which is the result of a tremendous amount of work both with the community and with staff. This is, gets us to a different place and a different platform, and then we can come back to you at any point in time and make these requests, in a consolidated format. Correct or not?
That would be your election, your decision.
Right, okay. But tonight, we're looking at this work that you've already done and saying, do you want to codify that and get it so that we can move it forward and make a much smaller, more compact document? Yes?
Yes, sir, that's correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeremy, but if council were to pass what's before you tonight, we'd publish and there would be a 30-day waiting period.
No. I actually went and looked in 52013, and it'll become effective based on the provision of our charter. So it would be published on Saturday, and it would become effective Monday.
Okay. Any more discussion? Okay. Based on no more discussion, I think I've already closed the public hearing, but Do I hear a motion to consider adopting ordinance number 22-32, approving a request of the City of Granbury to, number one, amend select sections of the City of Granbury zoning ordinance pertaining to the addition of short-term rentals. Amendments proposed are to Section 4.1A, uses permitted by district, Section 4.2, supplemental standards for land uses, Section 11.2D, parking table, and Section 12.3, land use definitions, and parenthesis 2, amend the City Code, Chapter 4, Business Regulations, Article 4.16, to add a bed and breakfast, hosted and short-term rentals permitting requirement, and number 3, parenthesis, amend the City Code, Chapter Article 6.06, smoking, and Chapter 13, utilities, to revise terminology for bed and breakfast. Do I hear a motion?
Mayor, one clarification for the lawyer. If we vote for this and we approve this tonight, will the STRs that we are considering tonight be under this?
No, they will not.
Okay.
It will not be effective until Monday.
So, Mayor, I make a motion to continue the item for clarification of some of the questions that were asked by the council.
Do I hear a second to continue the item? I hear no second. Do I hear a motion to approve or approve with modifications, deny the item?
Mayor, make a motion to approve 7.8 as stated.
Do I hear a second? Mr. Corrigan? Second.
I'll second.
Mr. Vale, second. All in favor of approving 7.8, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. It's 5 and 1 with Mr. Rodriguez opposing. Moving to 7.9, which is a public hearing. Consider adopting ordinance number 22-33, approving a request of Mary Nolte for a specific use permit to operate a 2-guest suite, unhosted bed and breakfast. The property is addressed at 218 North Hannaford Street. Kira?
Thank you, sir. So this is your introductory slide. The site is outlined in teal on your map. It's across the street from the Decker Gym and Park offices, surrounded on 3 sides by single-family residential zoning. The lots to the south are single-family zoned, as shown on this map, except that they are not currently improved with any buildings. They're unimproved right now. The proposal is for a 2-guest suite unhosted bed and breakfast. This drawing shows the property. It's recently been renovated, a new fence put around the perimeter, and the drive, I was out there, I don't know if it was last week or this week, but it was formed up for new pavement. The site would be required to have 2 parking spaces, and the parking cannot be blocked in, or tandem parking. So as shown there with the the curved driveway, that parking would be acceptable. Reason being that you don't have to move one vehicle to get the other out. However, and those blue lines aren't so well marked. I think I moved by. These little blue lines should be over here. The applicant is proposing to extend that parking, and it was framed up when I was out there. But in any case, a car could not park and preclude the access behind that. That would be considered tandem parking or blocked parking. So the applicant would need to sort that out and just make sure that parking isn't blocked. That's really all that comes down to. This map shows bed and breakfast uses within 600 feet, which is the standard that we've been using for quite a while. It's approximate to 2 blocks distance. So the pink outline boxes, excuse me, show existing SUP approvals for bed and breakfast, and this is the only one right there along Hannaford. On June 2nd, city staff mailed out 16 public notices to all property owners within 200 feet. And we also published in the newspaper on May 28th. And let me double check here. So we have received this evening, came in a letter against the proposal, and we have not received any letters in favor of the proposal. The Planning and Zoning in their deliberation on June 13th recommended approval with these conditions shown on your screen. One being to address the parking, which is underway, and then of course not to block in parking spaces. The next is the standard condition we have with the SUPs for this type is the SUP is subject to periodic inspections, and an inspection fee is established in the city's master fee schedule. Any violation of the land use standards or terms and conditions in the SUP may be deemed a violation of zoning ordinance, and the SUP may become null and void, and or the certificate of occupancy may be revoked. Finally, the SUP shall be automatically expire 1 year from the date of City Council approval, and you'll see in the other recommendations that that term is now with SUPs for this type. So these are your suggested actions. There's a section in the city code, the zoning ordinance, that asks these types of questions about approving a SUP, whether it's harmonious, whether it is completely associated with requested use, is the nature of the use reasonable, has any impact on the surrounding area been mitigated, and such other measures will secure and protect the public health, safety, and general welfare. This goes on another section in the zoning ordinance for making decisions on SUPs. These are in all of your SUP this evening for bed and breakfast. And finally, staff would recommend approval if those items can be illustrated, and including the contact for emergency information. These are the same conditions that the P&Z recommended. These are your voting options on the SUP. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Mayor.
Yes, Ms. Ryder.
Kira, you mentioned an opposition letter, but I maybe I missed it. Is it not? Did it come in last minute? I don't see it in the packet.
It came in last minute.
Is it adjacent to that property? I don't know who the owner of that property is.
The information I
reason?
have is that it's 118 Bluff Street, so that particular address is a bit far from this particular site.
I really was just, I don't need to know who it is. I just would like to know what the reason was.
They did not make a reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is also a public hearing. I don't have anyone that's signed up to sign. I will open the public hearing, and then I will close the public hearing. And are you the owner? Would you like to approach, if you have anything to say or any questions? Are there other questions, comments, or would you like to say anything?
In Greenwing Drive in Granbury. I'm just, if y'all have questions for me, I can
Okay.
try to answer them.
Thank you. Questions for Kira?
Mayor,
Mr.
Kira, do you
Rodriguez?
know this is a 2-bedroom house or 3-bedroom?
It's a 1-bedroom is what there's 3 bedrooms in the whole house, but it's just 1 bedroom that I'm asking to be a short-term rental.
It says a 2-guest suite on this application, so 2 guests, 1 bedroom.
Yes.
So Kira, just as an example, under the new proposed regulation, would she need 3 parking spaces since it's a 3-bedroom house?
Sorry, under the new the new code? That's
Right.
what you're asking? Okay, I just want to make sure we
Right.
get that right, because we have the old one and the new one.
Right.
Just a second here, please. So she is proposing an unhosted, which would be called a short-term rental residential unhosted, which would require 1 space for each bedroom. So I just heard 1 bedroom, so that's 1 parking space. And this is not a new construction. It's an existing, so the additional requirements would not apply.
So,
No,
so one parking space. Is that what you're saying?
yes,
Under the new one?
yes.
Okay. So that's probably something that needs to be clarified, is because if she has a 3-bedroom house, then that ordinance could be read that she needs 3 parking spaces. But since she's have a 1-bedroom, or one guest, or using 1 bedroom, then she would only require 1 parking space.
She's using 1 bedroom, she's required 1 parking space. Further, the property is not new construction, the house is not new construction. So it's not, no additional parking is required.
Okay.
Yeah.
But do you understand the confusion that it could be,
I understand how you're looking at it.
how you could look at it both ways?
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Wadley?
Did we not previously have a 2-car minimum, so that's going to go away also? If you have 1 bedroom, you just have to have 1 car parking space.
Right, so if you just have 1 bedroom, you just have to have 1 car for that, bedroom that you're proposing in the application.
But previously, we had a 2-car minimum, is that correct? I remember one recently, a few months ago, where
Right, and it
they only
was-
had 1 bedroom, but that we made them put in an extra parking
Right.
space.
In any case, it was required 2 parking spaces. The ones that you're considering tonight, because I think this is going to get very, very confusing if we compare it back and forth. The ones you're considering tonight are under the code that Jeremy just clarified. The new code is not in effect until Monday. So the ones you're considering tonight is under the 2 parking space. I
Okay.
hope that's helpful.
And another question I have been trying to understand what we're going to be doing in the future. You said we're supposed to, they have to screen the parking from the neighbor, correct?
Correct.
So in this one with this circular drive, there, you couldn't do that.
So there are going to be situations where it's very challenging. What we're adding to the code is the clarification that it's the headlight sweep that needs to be screened. So when it comes to the area of the properties that are towards the front, you still have to maintain some visibility so you can see to get out of your driveway, right?
Right.
I think that seems to be reasonable. And along with that, then, the idea is that you don't want your headlights pointing into somebody's livable space, and especially, through the windows of their house, right? So that's what the goal is, to achieve that kind of screening, or into their backyard. This property has a tall, 6 to 8 foot tall fence that was just put in, that should very well, in my opinion, should screen the headlights very well.
I kind of understand that. That almost seems like a weird requirement, because in a regular neighborhood, you don't have to do that. I mean, if you're just to live in the house, if your light's pointing to somebody's, when you're pulling in and out of your driveway.
Yeah, so the reasoning behind that is because in a typical residential neighborhood, you may not have people who are more of a visitor coming and going late at night after a late night dinner on a more frequent basis as compared to someone that lives there on a regular basis, just as a typical resident.
All right.
Okay. Other comments? Kara, I did have one question under Supplemental Standards D, page 309. It requires a permanent wired smoke alarm.
I'm sorry, my pages aren't numbered.
Okay.
Are you under the item that is part of the public hearing that we are
Right,
in?
7.9 and background discussion, proposed use, existing use, permitted use, supplemental standards. And supplemental standard under that D, it required a wired smoke alarm.
Yes.
And that's because it's not historic, or?
It's a safety consideration, and it is an existing supplemental standard. I see what you're talking about. So it's an existing supplemental standard that requires a smoke alarm for safety. If
Right.
somebody's sleeping. Mhm.
So what is the difference with the non-wired in the units that have a historical?
Okay, so that's so that we don't necessarily have to have someone tear up their home just to put in a wired smoke alarm system. Rather, they could use a battery smoke alarm.
Right.
Mayor, that was getting to my point is
Consistency.
Consistency
Right.
is either you allow some properties wired and battery, or just make it consistent with all the requirements when it comes to that.
We'll have another day. Okay. Other questions, comments? Okay. So we've closed the public hearing on 7.9. So do I hear a motion to consider adopting ordinance number 22-33, approving a request of Mary Nolte for a specific use permit to operate a two-guest suite and unhosted bed and breakfast. The property is addressed at 2018 North Hannaford Street.
Mayor?
Mr. Rodriguez?
Kara, there was conditions with this one, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to approve with conditions, and that the SUB, do we still have the expiration for 1 year? Yes,
That's right.
all right. Then I make the motion to approve with conditions.
I second that.
Mr. Wiley seconds. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. It passes 6-0. That's 7.9. 7.10. It's also a public hearing. We'll open it in just a few minutes. Consider adopting ordinance number 22-34, approving a request of Oscar Delgado for a one-guest suite, unhosted bed and breakfast. The property is addressed as 422 West Dole. Kara, please.
Great. Okay, this is your first slide. This is the site outlined in teal, surrounded by residential zoning and residential homes. Request is a one-guest suite unhosted bed and breakfast. So I'm going to take a little bit of intentional time. This site has some non-conforming and multi-built buildings, so I'd like to take the time to explain that. Let's see if I can get this. So this is the overall site. You can see the big building in the kind of in the middle is the house, the main building. There's a garage there to the right. You can kind of read that on the slide. The blue lines represent new parking that would be accessed from Doyle Street. And then towards the top is what is technically called in the zoning ordinance an accessory dwelling unit. That accessory dwelling unit precedes the 2001 date on the current zoning code. So it's non-conforming. An accessory dwelling unit can be there outside of the current requirements of the zoning code. And so they can use that as.
Lost your mic.
I lost my mic. Thank you. So that is up in this area where I've got that light circle. That accessory dwelling unit has its own 2 parking spaces. And so we need to keep that in mind, that it is legally established. It can continue to exist on the site. The proposed one guest suite unhosted bed and breakfast is proposed to be located in the single family house building, this building. Okay? And the parking for that building exists here in the garage, and then they would be proposing to have it as an unhosted bed and breakfast. And with the blue lines, they would be expanding their current driveway so that they can create 2 parking spaces that conform to the standards of the zoning code, one in this area and one in this area, 2 parking spaces. So that's the site components. And I'm just going to read this very carefully, make sure I got it. Oh, yes. And this site, their parking is proposed on crushed granite, so the Historic Preservation Commission approved the use of crushed granite on May 26th. So that takes care of their crushed granite.
Okay.
Okay, so these are photographs of the site from the south along Doyle. So you can't see the accessory dwelling unit in this picture. Nonetheless, the proposed use will be housed in that primary building. And this is your bed and breakfast within 600 feet map. The large square there on the whoops. See, I've got it there. You can see that larger square there on Doyle. And then adjacent to it is another rectangle. And to the south, those 2 bed and breakfasts were approved this year. Most of them that are showing up were approved this year. But the point is just to show the proximity to other bed and breakfasts. There is no record of a prior or existing bed and breakfast approval on this property. And on June 2nd, we mailed out 23 public notices and published in the Hood News on May 28th. We received no input either in support or in opposition on this application. And at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, they did recommend approval with these conditions. And I believe I may have gotten that wrong on the first one, since the HPC approved, the HPC approved the granite crushed gravel. So this slide is incorrect, and I do apologize for that. So item number 1 there is not applicable.
Okay.
Yeah. What they did require is shown in your staff report in your agenda, and I'll go over that for you now. The first condition was additional parking is installed in accordance with Preservation Commission action to support off-street parking of 2 vehicles. The second one is our standard SUP standard condition. SUP is subject to periodic inspections and inspection fee as established in the city's master fee schedule. Any violation of the supplemental land use standard or terms and conditions stipulated in the SUP may be deemed to be a violation of the zoning ordinance, and the SUP may become null and void, and or the certificate of occupancy may be revoked. And the third one is the SUP shall automatically expire 1 year from the date of the city council approval. Thank you for your patience. And then the next slide, we go over these, the standards by which to consider an SUP action. These were stated in the previous item. I believe you're familiar with them. It's out of section 11.1A. And then this section 11.1B, we always provide these. And then, now this slide is correct with the conditions recommended by staff as well as the P&Z. Staff is recommending approval. And these are your voting options. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. I now open the public hearing on 7.1, and I have a request here from Mr. Wayne Mills to speak. Your name and address, please. Oh, see if we can get the...
My name is Wayne Mills. I'm at 629 East Bridge Street. During the planning and zoning meeting, we determined that this SUP request is for a 5-bedroom house. The owner indicated that they were currently had this house for sale and that they were going to close off 4 of the bedrooms of this house and only use 1 bedroom. Now, we know underneath the current ordinance that is in effect until this Monday, an unhosted bed and breakfast is a 2-bedroom dwelling unit. This is a 5-bedroom unit. Even under the new ordinance that was approved tonight, it will still exceed the number of bedrooms in a dwelling unit that was approved. So my question is do we approve a non-conforming dwelling unit to be an unhosted bed and breakfast? And if we do we add a condition to the approval that says we're only going to do 1 bedroom instead of, what if they sell the house? Next week, they've got an approved sup here, and now they have a 5-bedroom house that's authorized to be used for a bed and breakfast. So that's my concern, and that's what I'm asking the council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have no one else that's signed up to speak for 7.10, so I'll close the public hearing. Council, staff, questions? Let me see, is Mr. Delgado?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Oscar Delgado. I'm the resident at 422 West Doyle Street. Correction, the house is not a 5-bedroom. It's only a 4-bedroom. The 5th bedroom is the building behind it. There's
Okay,
only
thank
one
you.
bedroom downstairs. The upstairs is going to be closed off. So we'll close the door to the upstairs. You can't go up there. So it's going to be the 1 bedroom on the bottom floor.
Okay, thank you. Council, Mr. Corrigan?
Just a point of clarification. On the secondary dwelling unit, correct me if I'm wrong, I was always under the impression that those non-conforming statuses stayed in place up until something changed. I would assume that requesting an SUP for a bed and breakfast would indicate that change. Am I mistaken?
Right, so the non-conforming status gets a little bit convoluted, and it's circumstantial to particular changes to his
Okay.
property. Yeah. So in this case, the accessory unit can continue, if that was part of the question. The single-family house having mentioned 5 bedrooms, they can have a single-family house with 5 bedrooms. What the applicant has indicated they're asking for is a 1-bedroom bed and breakfast in that single-family house, and that they would not allow the bedrooms that are in the upper floor, the 2nd floor, to be used at all, that they would lock it off. So that makes it a 1-bedroom bed and breakfast.
And then just to clarify, since the question was asked for the public, in the event that it sells next week or before the 1 year is up, would the SUP continue, or does the new owner then have to or get a new SUP?
So you're talking about the 1 year, yeah. So after 1 year, they would have to reapply.
But if it's sold before then, new owners take possession of the home.
Okay, so the SUP goes with the land.
Okay.
Right? So
That's what I just wanted,
Right.
since it was asked, to
Understood.
clarify that. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez?
Point of clarification, Kyra. So, bed and breakfasts require concrete surfaces, is that correct?
all parking is required to be hard surface unless approved by the Historic Preservation Commission.
Okay, so is crushed granite considered a hard surface?
No, and that's why the Historic Preservation Commission reviewed and granted the alternative.
Okay, so did they get that approved? Okay, they got that approved, the
Yes, sir.
variance, okay.
Mhm.
Other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Delgado. So do I hear a motion to consider adopting ordinance number 22-34, approving a request of Oscar Delgado for a one-guest suite, unhosted bed and breakfast The property is addressed as 422 West Dole. Mr. Corrigan?
Make a motion to approve with stated conditions.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mr. Vales, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. Passes 6-0. Move now to 7.11, which is consider adopting ordinance number 22-35, approving a request of James D. Hall for a one-guest suite, unhosted bed and breakfast. The property is addressed as 407 West Torrey. Kira, please.
Okay. So this map shows your property location, zoned R10. Request is proposing a one-guest suite, unhosted bed and breakfast. And this home was recently built in 2017. And the site plan is what you see here on this slide. The parking is provided along Baker Street. And the next slide shows that parking with site photos. It shows the location of nearby bed and breakfast. And there's no record of a prior or existing bed and breakfast SUP approval on the property. On June 2nd, the staff sent 17 notification letters, and on the 28th of May, published in the newspaper, we did receive one letter in favor and no letters in opposition to the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation was for approval with the standard conditions as shown on your screen there. And the suggested action, this is the section 11.1A regarding the harmonious and other findings for an SUP. This speaks to the fact that there was one this is the first SUP on the site, and so there's no performance. The property will need to perform to the standards of the SUP, and speaks to the need for a certificate of occupancy and demonstrating the property maintenance plan and providing emergency contacts will be completed. And if so, then staff is recommending approval with those two standard conditions that are on your screen there. And this shows your voting options. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to open the public hearing, 7.11. I have no one that signed up to speak. Correct. So I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Hall?
Yes, sir.
If you could give us your name and address, please.
James Hall, I'm the owner of 407 West Torrey, but I live in Fort Worth, 1 Montgomery Plaza.
Okay. So, council, do we have questions of Kira or Mr. Hall? Straightforward. 7.11 is a public hearing. We've closed it. Consider adopting ordinance number 22-35, approving a request of James D. Hall for a one-guest suite, unhosted bed and breakfast. Property is addressed as 407 West Terry. Do I hear a motion?
I make motion to adopt the ordinance 2235 with conditions as stated.
Mr. Vale makes a motion.
Second.
Ms. Reiner seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. It passes with 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Hall. 7.12 is also a public hearing. We'll get to it in a second. Consider adopting ordinance number 22-36, approving a request of Christine Stinson for a one-guest suite, unhosted bed and breakfast. The property is addressed as 107 West Arnold. Kira, thank you.
So this site is shown on the map here in front of you. It's zoned R7. Proposal is a one-guest suite, unhosted bed and breakfast. The applicant submitted it as their site plan that also shows the floor plan of the house. I think you would note that there are 3 bedrooms on this site plan. and the request is for one guest suite. The parking is in front of the house, and the house was built in 2021. It is an infill property, and there you can see the proposed parking would be in front of the garage. We mailed out notices on June 22nd to 19 property owners and published in the newspaper on May 28th. We've received one letter in support and no letters in opposition of this request. Before I get into the recommendation, I'll just pause on this slide that shows the location. On this particular property, it was the farthest one from the tourist areas, and staff did a little bit of analysis that's contained in your staff report to demonstrate just how far that was. Well, visually, it's about it looked like the furthest one. However, when we did that analysis, we found that it wasn't all that much further than the other farthest one. We measured from each corner of the square along the public streets. So the distance to this one was about 3,500 feet, and the next closest one was 3,250, something like that. So we take these cases on a case-by-case basis, and while we had some considerations about the site location and the proximity to other bed and breakfasts and the appropriateness for it, we found that our recommendation would be in favor. There are no bed and breakfasts right nearby here, although to the south on Moore Street, just immediately south of this site, there had been one approved. That term expired. It was a 10-year term, and it's no longer operating on that property. So, coming down to this slide. So the P&Z recommended approval with 2 standard conditions. They did have a split vote on this particular item. And your action then, these are the decision points on section 11.1A of the zoning ordinance regarding harmonious and compatibility, activities normally associated with the use, and is the nature of the use reasonable? Has any impact on the surrounding area been mitigated, and would such measures secure and protect the public's health, safety, and general welfare? And then this slide, similar information and analysis of the location of the property and what I just went over with the Moore Street location being next there to the south. Okay. And the comprehensive plan did identify the downtown as well as infill areas in the historic districts as appropriate for bed and breakfast. And all of this analysis leading to staff's recommendation of approval with the 2 standard conditions that we always have. So these are your voting options. Thank you.
Very good. I'll now open this public hearing for 7.12. I have no documents that say anyone has signed up to speak. So I'll close the public hearing. I assume Ms. Stinson? Yes. If you'd like to come and give your name and address, please.
My name is Christine. It's on. Christine Stinson. I live at 2112 Bowl Street, apartment 131 in Dallas. And we own the property at 107 West Arnold Street here in Granbury. And we reside here about 3 months out of the year is what our plan will be.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Council, do we have questions of staff or Ms. Stinson?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Vail.
Kira, do you recall what the 2 votes of P&Z, what the opposition was? What the opposition was? Sorry, my mic went off.
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact consideration or concern, but there was conversation about the 3 bedrooms and the number of bedrooms that would be in use.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments, questions, staff, council? Okay. Do I hear a motion to consider adopting ordinance number 22-36, approving a request of Christine Stinson for a 1-guest suite unhosted bed and breakfast? The property is addressed as 107 West Arnold. Mr. Corrigan,
Make the motion to approve with stated conditions.
do I hear a second?
I second that.
Mr. Wadley seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. It passes 6-0. Thank you, Ms. Stinson. Yes,
Sorry.
sure.
I still have a question. I think there's still so much confusion about the 2 bedrooms versus 3 bedrooms, because that was one of my conditions, was I'd have to block off one of my bedrooms, which seems kind of odd for having a family coming in, because we're not renting individual rooms to people. So I think that was just really confusing. And in fact, I'm even on like some big sites with almost 200,000 hosts for Airbnbs on there. And so I've been asking, have y'all ever heard of this? Not one person in all those groups have responded, yes, they can limit it to 2. So, but then on this today, it said 3 bedrooms. So I think there's just a lot of confusion for us owners.
We've heard comments today, and I think, made a great start. This is the first. So you'll have another chance to provide your input
So
as we
will
go
be the
forward on
3?
this. You'll have another chance to provide your input as we go forward.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. 7.13 is also a public hearing. Consider adopting ordinance number 22-37, approving a request of Natalie Self for a 1-guest suite unhosted bed and breakfast. The property is addressed as 500 Mill Street.
Mr.
Sure.
Mayor, thank you. This again is the location map showing the site location. A request is a 1-guest suite unhosted bed and breakfast. As you can see, the zoning, the yellow is residential, and the residential uses surround the property. This is the site plan. The existing house has an existing drive onto Mill Street with 1-car garage there. So in order to provide the second parking space, they will be installing a parking space along the side street, and they will be required to meet the code in terms of paving and providing what's called an apron. That front part of the driveway will need to be installed where there's no curbing existing. And this slide shows bed and breakfast locations within 600 feet. So this particular part of our neighborhoods, bed and breakfasts are incrementally being introduced. On June 2nd, city staff mailed 20 notifications to property owners, and we also published in the newspaper on May 28th. As of writing this slideshow, we had received 1 letter in favor and no letters in opposition, and we haven't received any further. On June 13th, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 7-0 to approve with conditions as shown on your slide. 2 standard conditions, and 1 being that the parking shall be screened from view of the abutting residentially zoned property. And these are your suggested action slides, repeating the section 11.1A of the zoning ordinance. The site, this is the first SUP request for this site, so there is no history of performance on which to evaluate. The site is located in general proximity to the historic square. Rather than that being the sole consideration, an application in a residential area may be approved with the SUP with supplemental standards being satisfied and harmonious to surrounding areas. The application appears to meet the requirements and would need to demonstrate on record a plan to mitigate potential nuisance for adjoining property and what is the maintenance plan and/or providing emergency contacts. So if that can all be illustrated, then staff would recommend approval with these conditions, including the parking, and the other 2 of the standard conditions. And these are your voting options.
Very good. Thank you. This is a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing. I have no one that's asked to speak, so I'll close the public hearing. Ms. Self, if you'd introduce yourself to the council here and give your address.
Hi, I'm Natalie Self, and I live at 905 West Pearl Street.
Good, thank you. Council, do we have questions of staff or myself about this request?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Fail.
Kira, as I look at the site plan, that driveway on that comes off of North Baker Street, is that where the fence is open and the curb is already cut?
That's correct.
Okay, so the curb's already cut, so there's nothing to do there. Okay, just clarification. Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Corrigan.
Not so much a question on this particular house, but as we are sitting here conversing, it seems odd based on other runs of B&Bs that every single one of these is a one guest suite. So I'd just like to go on record and make sure that we are giving an additional interest to the B&Bs in general, making sure that they're not advertising differently than what we're approving. I know you guys do that anyways, it just seems really odd that 6 in a row are one bedroom versus the typical mixture of the two, so.
Good observation. Is there a financial advantage to an owner to identify as one guest and accept 2, 3?
I wouldn't have that knowledge.
Can I say something?
Sure.
So when I had called, and I know the woman before me, she had said it at the planning and zoning meeting. I don't remember who I spoke with. I don't know if it was Angela or Bridget, but they said the one guest suite was one party renting the rooms. So I would be having occupants in both bedrooms, but it was considered a one guest suite because one party would be renting it at a time. So I wouldn't be doing a hostel situation where, one party rents one room and then the other party at the same weekend rents the other. So I think the woman, that's what she was trying to clarify as well, is when I did one guest suite, it's because the house will be rented as a whole.
Hello. Kara, can you enlighten us here?
Yeah, this is one of the reasons that we need the ordinance amended. I'm sorry, this is one of the reasons we need the ordinance amended, because it is confusing and there are different terms used for the same thing, and those different terms may intend the same thing, but they mean many different things. So moving forward, we've got a different ordinance that we'll be using, and that should help us.
Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Reiner.
My question on this, though, is these folks have to come back in a year and reapply for the SUP, so they're going to be doing things differently. So it concerns me that we've got a couple of folks that are under the impression they're renting more than one bedroom, and they're going to have to come back in a year and be under the new restrictions.
Right, I understand that also. And in these meetings that we've been in the PNC last time, but they were here and they heard the conversation about the new ordinance, and they were here this time and also heard the conversation about the new ordinance. So they're always welcome to call our office and find out, what's changing, what's going on, and we're prepared to be very helpful to anyone who needs assistance.
Did you say this was a 3-bedroom or 2-bedroom?
This is a 2-bedroom, and like I said, we did call the office, and we were told that we had to put it as a one-guest suite for this house. So I'm here under the impression that I'm going to be renting out both bedrooms because one party is going to be renting it out, and that's what we were told. And I know the woman before me, that's what she was told as well. So I wasn't here for just one bedroom.
And I think under the interpretation of the current ordinance, that's how it's being applied. Is that accurate?
That is how it should be applied. So, like I say, it's not been very consistent over time.
So the lady that's before her, she wants to rent 3 bedrooms. She's going to have 3 parking spots based on the number of bedrooms under the new ordinance.
Next time
Right.
she comes
next
for an
time she
SUP.
comes around.
Right.
And,
Right.
That's what we're going to do.
And so can I add to that with the new, whenever a new ordinance is put in place, it sometimes is not unusual for a new ordinance to have new requirements that impact properties.
Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Ross? Other comments?
Yeah, I'll just tell you right now, I absolutely unequivocally do not know the answer to any of these questions. Because the court is so all over the place. The Texas Supreme Court comes out one week and says, you know what, City of Arlington, we agree with you. You can put some restrictions on geographic areas where this can be, but they intentionally do not speak to density because I think there's an equal protection issue there. Then they come out a week later and say, City of Austin, guess what? HOAs can no longer make the determination of if you can have an STR or not. That's a new case that just came out.
Really?
Because it is a residential use, which is just them affirming their decision from a couple of years ago, 2018, that got this whole ball rolling. And then there's a whole lot of talk about the legislature just taking it over in the next session, and they're going to lay out, these are the rules, and this is what it's going to be, and a further attempt to usurp local authority. So I honestly, with everything that's coming out and going back and forth, and I'm not even really clear on if we can limit the number of bedrooms or not. What's the difference between a short-term rental and a long-term rental? The court is actually considering that right now. We're waiting on a case to come out of the Court of Appeals to say they may be the same thing. I don't know. They may come back and say it's two completely different things. So this is something that is just all over the place, and if you're looking for legal perspective, legal help, the answer is I don't know. We're going to have to see how the dust settles from the courts on all these.
No, I just think, sorry, Mayor.
Go right ahead.
I just think that we just need to look at this again and have staff really look at the number of parking spots with the number of bedrooms, because in this case, or in her case, it's 2 bedrooms, 2 parking spots. She's good, but with the in the new ordinance, all she would need is 1 parking spot in the new ordinance. But if somebody has a 5-bedroom house and they plan on renting it out to a family, do they really need 5 parking spots? And are we going to require them to have 5 parking spots under the new ordinance? Or is 2 sufficient because it's just a family? I just think we really need to have staff really look at the parking spots and the number of bedrooms pertaining to that. And don't get scared just because you're the last one. Okay.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm not going to get fined if I do
stirred
2
the
bedrooms.
bee's
I'm not going to get the
nest.
$2,000 fine a day. So,
Part of the challenge there is the enforcement side of it. You don't always know when someone that fills out an application and says, we're all family, unless you start doing DNA testing, that's at the end of the day that's true. Believe it or not, some people are untruthful, never you, but some people might be untruthful in their application just to back into what they need.
Mayor. Yes, Mr. Corrigan.
So just to clarify for the applicants, if there's a question, reach out to staff. If we don't have an existing answer, we will find an existing answer. If things change, I'm assuming staff reaches out to these applicants as they're coming up for their renewal, or is it on them to reach out to the city?
Well, we probably would have a hard time reaching out to everybody.
Right.
So it's better if they could contact us. It might seem a little stringent, but I don't know how we would reach out to
But
everybody.
you would reach out if they exceeded the 1 year. I mean, if we had, it pops out of a file that says this one needs to be renewed.
If they exceed 1 year, they've expired.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
So
They'll reach.
we as a practice, that's not something that we're geared to do. And as a practice, it's up to the operator and owner to maintain their awareness of their their business. Back to this particular case, if I could make a suggestion, what the council might consider doing is condition on specifically the number of bedrooms that Ms. Suff is asking for, and that would probably clear things up very quickly.
What would that look like?
So it would be a
Sorry.
condition for 2 bedrooms as a unhosted bed and breakfast. And what that does then with the unhosted, there are 2 parking spaces proposed. She would have 2 parking spaces. So that would clear up she's under the current zoning ordinance. And unless she's proposing something different next year, unless I'm mistaken, I think that would solve the situation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I have the 2 parking spots on there, the one in the front and side.
And so for a technical consideration, and I think you're agreeable to that, you would want to ask Ms. Self if that's a condition she would agree to, and I think I just heard her say.
Yes, yes. The 2 bedrooms, yes.
So does that affect the ones we've already approved?
The ones already approved, we should have probably given consideration to an additional condition.
Okay.
Further questions? Clear? Okay. Do I hear a motion to consider adopting ordinance number 22-37, approving a request of Natalie Self for a 1-guest suite unhosted bed and breakfast? Property is addressed as 500 Mill Street.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
make a motion to approve with stated conditions and the added condition for the additional bedroom as clarified by staff.
I second
Mr.
that
Woodman.
motion.
Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. It passes 6-0. Thank you, Ms. Self.
Thank you.
Oh, we have another public hearing. 7.14. Consider adopting ordinance number 22-38, approving a request of Dane and Sally Everett for a 1-guest suite unhosted bed and breakfast. The property is addressed as 404 West Doyle.
All right.
Kara?
Thank you, sir. So, yes, this is on West Doyle. It is another request for unhosted 1-guest suite bed and breakfast. Shown there on your map. To the northwest and south is single-family residential, and to the east is a utility facility. This is the site plan. It might be a little bit hard to see, so let me activate the pointer here. On this, the Doyle Street is where the front of the house is with the primary door and access. And to the side, there's a carport with a driveway. The driveway will need to be improved with paving. It's a little broken up right now, but you could probably drive on it with no problem. I understand there's a note on the site plan that indicates that would be paved. Let me try and advance this slide here. Sorry. There we go. So there's a photograph of both sides that I just pointed out. You can see the carport with the driveway in front, so they have 2 parking spaces there. This map shows surrounding B&Bs within 600 feet. There's no record of prior or existing B&B SUP approval on this site, so there's no basis for analysis of performance. On June 2nd, staff mailed 18 public notices to property owners and published on May 28th in the newspaper, and we have not received any responses in favor. We've received 1 response in opposition to the request. Planning Commission reviewed on June 13th and recommended approval with these conditions, 2 standard conditions, and 1 being prior to COO, the driveway 2 parking spaces shall be improved with an approved hard surface in compliance with the zoning ordinance. And these are your standard SUP request items in section 11.1A. It speaks to harmonious activities. Is the use reasonable? The item is the first SUP, I've already stated, is the first one on the site. It is located in general location to the historic square, although the B&B application is also in consideration of the SUP with supplemental land use standards and if harmonious and compatible to surrounding uses. Staff finds that it does appear to meet the supplemental standards, and the applicant would need to demonstrate on record a plan to mitigate potential nuisance to adjoining property. That is what the property maintenance plan and or emergency act contacts. If those can be illustrated, then staff would recommend approval with these conditions, which were the same as the Planning and Zoning Commission. These would be your voting options. Thank you.
Thank you. Open this to a public hearing. I have none that have been filled out, so I'll close the public hearing. And this is Mr. Everett?
Yes.
Okay. Staff, would you cite your name and address, please? Ken?
Dane Everett. Address is 105 Hilton Drive in Granbury, and we own the property in question on Dole Street.
Very good. Council, questions, information that, from staff or Mr. Everett?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Vale.
Cure the consistent hard surface, so is that asphalt, concrete, either of those, or is there some other material that could be used?
It can be either of those.
Okay, so one of those two is your plan?
Yeah, we've got a concrete bid. We're waiting on an asphalt bid to compare and see which one makes more sense.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Kira, is the curb gonna be, is that gonna need it for the secondary drive, or is that the one curb driveway entrance sufficient for that? It looks like they're gonna be jumping the curb for that first
right.
driveway.
They'll need to extend that and make sure that it's the width for two vehicles so that they don't have tandem parking.
Okay, is that what you plan on doing?
Yes.
Okay.
Other comments, questions? No other comments or questions? Consider adopting ordinance number 22-38, approving a request of Dane and Sally Everett for a one-guest suite unhosted bed and breakfast. The property is addressed as 404 West Dole. Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion to approve with conditions.
Mr. Rodriguez, do I hear a second?
Second.
Mr. Vale, second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Passes 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Everett. Appreciate your patience. 7.15, public hearing. Consider adopting ordinance number 22-39, approving a request of the City of Granbury to amend select sections of the City of Granbury zoning ordinance related to commercial district side building setbacks. Amendments proposed are to section 516 HC heavy commercial, and the purpose is to reduce interior side yard setbacks. Kara, thank you.
All right, so a little bit of background on this one. This is in response to concerns that lots with limited frontage, limited width are overly restricted and unable to be developed. Where relief of the zoning ordinance standards is not feasible through lot assembly, that is making the lot larger, or by variance to relieve the standards, then those properties, they're just going to sit there and not be developed. They'll be undeveloped, stagnated, and have limited options. So therefore, we looked at the potential for setback modifications, and it is a reasonable approach to this. Key concern was for the heavy commercial district, and specifically for setbacks on the interior side lots, or side yards. So this is just a map showing where the heavy commercial happens to occur throughout the community. This amendment would impact the entire city. It's not just one geographic area. It's any site of HC zoning. So this just shows part of the city. This is mostly the west side of the city, and in that part of the city, the lots seem to be a little bit larger, so perhaps the relief wouldn't impact that many lots, but there are still some that could feel the relief. The lots to the east side of the city, they're along 377. There's some along Plaza and some other locations that are very narrow in size and would probably very much benefit from this relief. So we did, of course, check comparable cities to see what their setback standards are, and this is just a few that we found. And as mentioned earlier in this hearing, different cities have different cities or standards that meet their needs. So what we found was some cities with a 0-foot setback, some 20, sliding scales, these kind of things. So we felt pretty comfortable with proposing a 5-foot setback on each side of the lot. That's under number 1A there. And if 2 or more stories, then the minimum setback would increase to I'm sorry, this is the reduction. Got my slides turned around there, sorry. Let me read this more carefully. If 2 or more stories, then the minimum 15-foot setback on each side of the lot. And in all cases, the development shall be in compliance with all fire and building standards, and then retain the minimum 20-foot setback where the site would be adjacent to residential district. So reducing the setbacks in this amendment also does not change parking, landscaping, or building and fire safety requirements. So those would still need to be adhered with, and if someone had to increase their setback due to those things, they would have to do that. It does not change, oops, that's a repeat, sorry. So this slide just shows how the ordinance would be amended. There's a little diagram that we'll have to change that note in. That's what that arrow is pointing to. And then this is the table showing the setbacks. We anticipate that this would open up small lots for small business development on unimproved lots and reinvestment for developed lots. Notice was provided in the newspaper on May 28th. We haven't received any input on this project. And Planning and Zoning on June 13th recommended approval. Staff is recommending approval, and here are your voting options. You can approve with modifications, deny, or continue if you need more information.
Okay. 7.15 is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. I've received no indication that anyone wants to speak, so I'll close the public hearing. Council, do you have questions of staff? I hear no questions. Do I hear a motion? Consider adopting ordinance number 22-39, approving a request of the City of Granbury to amend select sections of the City of Granbury zoning ordinance related to commercial district side building setbacks. Amendments proposed are to section 5.16, HC heavy commercial. The purpose is to reduce interior side yard setbacks.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Vale?
Make a motion to approve ordinance 22-39 as stated.
Mr. Corrigan?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. It's approved 6-0. 7.16, also a public hearing. Consider adopting ordinance number 22-40, approving a request of John Craddock to add the Craddock name to the Stringfellow-Gilmartin House, HL 26. The new name would be the Stringfellow-Craddock-Gilmartin House. The property is addressed as 322 West Bridge Street. Kara?
Yes, so this slide shows the location of the house outlined in teal. This is a name change request for a historic landmark number 26. Currently, as stated, is the Stringfellow-Gilmartin House. When we look at this property for a name change, we look to the history of the ownership and the significance of the persons that would carry, that the home would carry. In this case, Mr. Craddock purchased the home in 1940 and owned it until 1972, which is 32 years, which is actually longer than those who carry the name right now. Furthermore, the criteria to use to establish a name also carries towards the person themselves. You know, were they active in the community and what did they contribute? So this person, they were actually on city council, they served on the parks board, they were a station master, and did numerous community service efforts for the community. We had published notice on May 28th, as required by state law and the zoning ordinance. Notification letters aren't required for this type of activity. The ordinance, zoning ordinance section 6.2G goes over designation of landmarks. This is a name change and would affect only the plaque. The plaque name would be changed to reflect the new name. Prior action, this particular site was designated a local landmark in 2008. Historic Planning Preservation Commission on June 9th recommend approval, and on June 13th, Planning and Zoning recommend approval. That vote was split 4-3. There was some concern the property was changing hands, and the new owner attended the meeting and was asking some questions about the impact on the property. I think that might have influenced the P&Z Commission vote, so you might have watched the hearing. A recommendation by staff is to approve the name change. And these are your voting actions. Thank you.
Okay. It's a public hearing, so we'll open this. No one is asked to speak, so I'll close the public hearing. Council, do you have questions of staff?
Mayor.
Ms. Reiner.
The change of hands, because I actually had that question. What were the concerns of the three who voted against this and why?
Yeah.
The new owner, is that owner here by chance? I'm just curious as to if she had her questions resolved,
Right, sure. So her concerns were how does the name change affect the property? And I think that's been resolved. Her concern, she didn't express anything other than how will that affect the ownership of the property. And really, it's just a name given to the landmark. And the city is responsible for the plaque. We have a small budget that accommodates plaques and placement of plaques. We take care of that. So.
Okay, one last question. I lost my page here, but I believe that the new name is put in between the two. Is there a reason for that? Is there a protocol for that?
Sure. Thank you. That addresses the order in which the properties were owned: Stringfellow, Craddock, Gilmartin. Mm-hmm.
Further questions? No? Do I hear a motion to consider adopting ordinance number 22-40, approving a request of John Craddock to add the Craddock name to the Stringfellow Gilmartin House, Historic Landmark 26. The new name would be the Stringfellow Craddock Gilmartin House, Historic Landmark number 26. The property is addressed as 322 West Bridge Street.
So moved.
Mr. Wadley.
Second.
Mr. Corrigan seconds. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no. Nay. No opposed. It passes 6-0. 7.17 is not a public hearing. And in fact, I asked that this item be placed on the agenda. Further conversation actually points to this item being discussed in the upcoming school board or school county and city interlocal meeting. And so we will address this on Thursday if there are no problems, no objections here. Very good. Now we have citizen comments on matters not on the agenda. Speakers have a time limit of 3 minutes for a combined total of 30 minutes allotted at this time for comments regarding matters not listed on the agenda. The City Council will be allowed to receive input or information for future agenda items, but will not be allowed to enter into discussions. So I have citizens that have signed up. Mr. Dave Eagle. Mr. Dave Eagle? No. Well, I gave him 2 chances, okay. Miss Anita Branch?
Hello, my name is Anita Branch, and I live at 1720 Bentry Court, and I'd like to address the council regarding the sewage treatment plant. And as a member of Granbury Fresh, I was disappointed to read the preliminary ruling from the SOA judges regarding a permit for the sewage treatment plant proposed for Old Granbury Road. As I read through the decision, however, it was readily apparent that the judges failed to factor in the reams of evidence presented at the contested case hearing. Simply put, the administrative law judges failed to follow the plain and unambiguous language of the TCEQ's own rules regarding odor buffer zones and did not consider the potential degradation of water quality that was indicated by the City of Granbury's own water quality modeling. Recognizing the flaws in the SOA ruling, our attorneys are responding by filing exceptions. Those exceptions will argue points in the preliminary ruling that we believe are contradicted by the evidence presented at the hearing. Once the SOA judges evaluate the exceptions and make their final ruling, that ruling will then be sent to the commissioners at TCEQ for a final decision, which is not expected until fall. I'm confident that the errors made by the administrative law judges in the interpretation and application of the TCEQ's own rules will be corrected by the TCEQ commissioners when they make their decision on the permit application. We have been protesting this ill-advised facility for more than 2 years now, and we anticipate many more years of legal fighting to ensure that the environment and water quality are not degraded by facility at this location. We are confident that we will prevail. And that's really all I had to say up until the discussion that was made earlier on the old hospital. And I was just fascinated that the council expressed such concern over spending taxpayer dollars on an old building, but has shown no similar concern over spending money and wasting more than 2 years that, according to the city manager, has resulted in the loss of hundreds of millions of dollars worth of development and all this pursuing a sewage treatment plant that will damage our lake and community. I ask respectfully that you all withdraw the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Branch. Mr. Stacy Rist.
Hello again. My name is Stacy Rist. My husband and I own the property at 3101 Old Granbury Road, next door to the proposed East Sewer Plant. This year, our RV business is celebrating its 50th year in business. I've been coming to almost every month for the last 2 years, so that you remember there's a real family whose business will be devastated by your choice of location for this plant. If TCEQ issues the final permit for what many citizens beside myself consider a poorly planned sewer plant, not only will our ability to make a living for ourselves be greatly diminished, but our ability to provide for our employees will be zapped. We still have faith that the TCEQ will rule in our favor and will issue a red light in this matter. No green light has been issued. The OPIC opinion is not null and void and still carries weight with the TCEQ commissioners. If politics work like politics often work and the final permit is issued, there are still options available to us. Tonight's vote has demonstrated about the hospital, that developers and profits always get preference above anything else. Start putting money now in an account to change the signs at the gateways to from where Texas history lives to where developers are more important than history. I mentioned options are available to Bennett's. Are citizens aware that the North Sewer Plant has been on the books since at least November of 2018's capital improvement plans? The maps I've seen show it to be by the current police station, the one that was just newly built. Why has that option not been used instead of the East Wastewater Sewer Plant? It has been brought to my attention that multiple city employees have refused to come onto our property lately to conduct city business. One of these people is currently in this room. Why is this? What instructions have been given to the City of Granbury employees regarding interaction with our business? Are they also prohibited from doing any business with us? And I would also like to speak about our comment period being moved to the end. We will stay. We've got perseverance. But it tells us that citizen input is not valued, and that I wonder if this will be changed after this issue is resolved months or years from now, if it will go back to its original earlier time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riz. Dr. Victoria Calder.
I didn't write any notes. I'm Victoria Calder. I live at 1911 Green Wing in Granbury. And we saw the notice that went out that there's a green light. And to me, a green light suggests that you can go forward. And we've heard that before. Several years ago, there was a big announcement that there was a green light about the sewer plant. So that seems to be a popular phrase. But it is very misleading for the constituents and for the community. It gives the false impression that there is a permit, and there is no permit at all. There is no green light, no ability to proceed in any way, shape, or form to construct a sewer plant at the east side. It's also, I know you probably don't mean for it to be, or I hope that you don't, disrespectful to the TCEQ commissioners who have a very important role to play. It is up to the commissioners who have not met yet and likely won't meet till September, October, or later, for them to decide whether to issue a permit, whether to deny a permit, or they have other options. They can remand and send it back to the drawing board for yet another hearing with adequate modeling. So there are many other options. And then beyond that, could possibly several more years of process that are in place for protestants of sewer plants. So that was a disappointment to have that information that was put out for the community to think that there is now some kind of permit. And I hope that that you would think hard about the kind of language used in conveying the status to the community. I think I've mentioned before, I don't know, that we were brought up to, as our family, my brother and I, that unless you're getting rejected a lot and unless you're failing a lot, you're not aiming high enough. You want to make sure that you go for it. And so I will have to say that we were brought up to be prepared to fail and fail often, and that's true for every human being. We fail. Goodness, I have failed in my diet plan badly since COVID, and many other things. Fail to always be a good Christian, a good neighbor, a good friend in many ways, not living up to our expectations. But I also always heard and believe you fail, and we all do. We fail again and again in life if you're out there trying, but you're only a failure the day you blame someone else. And so it's kind of pathetic to hear that those of us who are following the procedure in place at the state to protest the location of this particular sewer plant are being blamed for the moratorium when many of you were not here years ago. But when this started, look in the mirror. The blame would be placed on those who chose such an a terrible site at the gateway of the city, a tourist-dependent city, through a narrow, shallow creek, upstream from the sewer plant, upstream from the water treatment plant, near a school, near established businesses, restaurants, and homes that will be affected. So please look in the mirror. Again, we all fail, but you're only a failure the day you blame someone else.
Thank you, Dr. Calder. There being no more business tonight, we are adjourned.